شوف خبرني بروجكت انا شغال ايوه في
يلا الموضوع
بخدها
دخل
سويني انتربريتر
يلا انت دخل طيب
يس Arabic English
Yeah, select
Operates in the financial institution. In 2021, it has announced its first terminal. The latest evolution of its
You do that? Okay. Till, but just show me till. Excuse me, we are starting, please. May I invite everybody outside, please, to come in? We are starting. Do this.
May I request all of you to please be seated? We are about to start the proceedings. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. So this is the second day of the 18th AAOIFI-IsDB Islamic Banking and Finance Conference, which, by the way, alhamdulillah, has been the most successful conference in the recent history of AAOIFI for a number of reasons. For example, this is the first time we have representatives from not less than 23 regulatory and supervisory authorities joining us physically attending this conference. This just goes to show how much trust and confidence and the respect they repose in and give to AAOIFI. And we're truly humbled for that. Moreover, a record number of 300 visas were applied for and issued, which gave us the opportunity to host participants representing not less than 35 different nationalities. Now, this speaks volume about the cultural, the social, and the lingual diversity in this gathering. And this also goes to show that this is not just a local conference or a regional conference, but it truly is an international conference. Now, speaking about participants and their participation, we have roughly 1,700 people attending this conference, 700 roughly attending physically if we combine the attendance for both days, and remaining of them joining us online. Alhamdulillah for that. Now, let's not forget the fact that we are also having the 5-day marathon capacity building week in conjunction with this conference. Now, this event in itself is a landmark initiative. This capacity building week is having 20 workshops, 20 to 22 workshops in not less than, I think, 3 languages and led by more than 30 trainers. And I believe this is the first time such an event of this scale is happening in the Islamic finance industry. So obviously success always comes directly from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to Him we are thankful and grateful. But at the same time, we know that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has taught us that we must thank people as a means of thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we must thank Islamic Development Bank, the Central Bank of Bahrain, all the conference sponsors, all the distinguished keynote speakers, all the panelists and speakers, and of course, all of you for contributing towards making this conference a success. Now, these were some of the facts and figures that I wanted to share with you before we move on to the first agenda item of the day, which are the 2 keynote speeches. For the first keynote speech, may I request His Excellency Mr. Hidayatullah Badri. He is the acting governor of the Central Bank of Afghanistan to take the stage. I understand that he will deliver his speech in the beautiful language of Pashto, but we will have the English translation read out to you after that. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Hidayatullah Badri, if you can kindly take the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وآله وأصحابه أجمعين. د مرکزی بانکونو د قدر وړ رئیسانو د قدر وړ ابراهیم بن خلیفه الخلیفه د ایوفي د ایحت نظار رئیس قدرمن مصطفی انصاری د ایوفي عمومي منشي او ډاکټر سامي سویلم د اسلامي پراختیايي بانک رئیس درنو علماو د شرعي هیئتونو محترم غړو او محترم خوندو ته السلام علیکم ورحمة الله وبرکاته وایو.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Excellencies, Governors, His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al-Khalifa, Chairman IUFI Board of Trustees, respected Dr. Sami Suwailam, the President of Islamic Development Bank, respected scholars, Sharia Board members, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
ډیر خوشمن چې د بحرین په شاهي مملکت کې د افغانستان بانک په استازیتوب د ایوفي او د اسلامي پراختیايي بانک په 18مه کلینه غونډه کې ګډون کوم.
It is my pleasure on behalf of the Afghanistan Bank to attend the 18th annual AAOIFI-IsDB conference during this auspicious occasion in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
درنو حضارو د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د افغانستان بانک ټینګه اراده لري چې د افغانستان بانکي او مالی نظام په مکمله توګه اسلامي او له ربا او نورو حرامو کړنو څخه یا پاک کړي او اوس وخت ټول سودی معاملات ممنوع او ټول متعارف او سودی بانکونه د یو پلان پر اساس اسلامي بانکوالي ته اړو.
Respected audience, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and the Afghanistan Bank are fully committed to ban interest and completely Islamize the financial institutions and the financial system. Currently, taking and giving of interest is banned, and we are in the process of converting conventional banks to Islamic banks.
لنیکه مرغه موږ د بانکي نظام په اسلامي کېدو کې یوازې نه یو، نورو اسلامي هیوادونو هم د خپلو سودي بانکونو د اسلامي کېدو پروسه شروع کړې ده او په دې برخه کې تر ډیره حده موفق هم دي. همدارنګه په نړیواله سطحه اسلامي مالي نړیوال ادارې لکه ایوفي ارټي او IFSB شتون لري چې د اسلامي مالی مؤسساتو د مالی او محاسبې په برخه کې اخلاقی معیارونه وضع او د ظرفیت لوړونې روزنیز پروګرامونه جوړوي. موږ د دوی کوششونو او مساعدتونه ته په درنه سترګه ګورو او غواړو چې درنو اسلامي هیوادونو د نورو اسلامي هیوادونو له تجربو او د نړیوالو اسلامي مؤسساتو له تخصص او پوهې څخه په ګټه اخیستنې سره د افغانستان بانکي او مالی نظام داسې جوړ کړو چې له ربا او نورو حرامو عناصرو څخه پاک وي.
Alhamdulillah, we are not alone in this endeavor. There are other Muslim countries that have already started the process of Islamizing their financial institutions, and have achieved this goal either partially or totally. At the international level, there are also well-established, internationally recognized organizations like the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, IOFI, Islamic Research and Training Institute, IRTI of IDB, and Islamic Financial Services Board that provide standards, research inputs, and capacity building trainings for Islamic financial institutions. We appreciate their efforts and contributions for the Islamization of the banking industry and financial system. We want to leverage on the experiences of these countries and the expertise and training capacities of these international organizations to build an Islamic financial system that is free from riba and other prohibited elements.
ګرانو وروڼو او خوندو اسلامي بانکونه او مالی مؤسسات باید د خلکو په هغو پیسو چې له دوی سره دي په حقیقي اقتصادي سکتور کې د هغو پروژو تمویل وکړي چې خلکو ته ګټه رسوي. هغه بانکي تمویلات چې په حقیقي اقتصادي سکتور کې نه تر سترګو کیږي نه یوازې له خطراتو ډک او قمار ته ورته دي بلکې د حقیقي اقتصادي سکتور او د مالی سکتور ترمنځ فاصله زیاتوي. له دې امله بانکي تمویلات باید په هغو برخو کې وشي چې خلکو ته یې ګټه رسیږي او له موږ سره د شریعت د مقاصدو په ترلاسه کولو کې مرسته وکړي. هغه پروژې چې دندې رامنځته کوي د فقر او بېوزلۍ کچه کموي، ټولنیز اقتصادي عدالت تأمینوي او د چاپیریال د ښه والي لپاره مؤثرې وي باید زموږ پاملرنه او تمویلات ترلاسه کړي. موږ په دې باور یو چې د اسلامي بانکوالۍ مالي محصولات باید نه یوازې په شکل کې بلکې په اصل او جوهر کې هم د شرعي اصولو سره مطابقت ولري.
Dear brothers and sisters, Islamic banks as depositories of people's money and as intermediaries should channel people's money to projects in the real economy that would benefit people. Financing that is not tied to the real economy not only is extremely risky and resembles gambling, but also increase the gap between the real economy and the financial sector. Financing should be directed to areas that are beneficial to the public and help us achieve the objectives of Sharia. MSME financing and projects that create jobs, elevate poverty, ensure socioeconomic justice, and are environmentally sound should get our attention and resources. We also believe that Islamic banking and financing products should comply not only in form, but also in substance with Sharia principles.
مالی خدماتو تمویلاتو باید ټولو ته نه یوازې د بانکونو له لارې بلکې د اسلامي اسهامو د بازارونو له لارې هم برابر کړی شي. د بانکونو برعکس د اسهامو بازارونه خلک حقیقي تمویل شوو پروژو په ملکیت کې دخیل وي. د صکوکو صادرول کولای شي چې د مملکت دننه د بنسټیزو پروژو د تمویل لپاره لازمي پانګې تهیه کړي او له دې لارې د اسلامي هیوادونو په پرمختګ کې مرسته وکړي.
Finance should be made available to all, not only through banks, but also through Islamic capital markets. Unlike banks, capital markets involve people and the ownership of the underlying assets and projects. The issuance of sukuk to finance infrastructural projects could mobilize local sources of funds and greatly contribute to the development of Muslim countries.
زه له دې فرصت څخه په استفادې د IOP او اسلامي پراختیایي بانک څخه مننه کوم چې دا کلنی کنفرانس یې ترتیب کړی دی. همدا ډول د بحرین د سلطنت او د بحرین د مرکزی بانک څخه هم د دوی د میلمه پالنې څخه د زړه له کومې مننه کوم. السلام علیکم ورحمة الله وبرکاته.
I take this opportunity to congratulate AAOIFI and ISDB for organizing this annual conference. I also extend my thanks and deep appreciation to the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Central Bank of Bahrain for their hospitality. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Hidayatullah Badri, Acting Governor, Central Bank of Afghanistan, for such a powerful speech. Now, may I request Dr. Muhammad Yandiev, who is the Deputy of Moscow State Duma, Russia, to grace the stage with your keynote speech.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Ever since 2000, work has been under the way to introduce Islamic finance in Russia. In relation to this task, we have now completed 3 stages, or to put it in differently, there have been 3 significant surges of interest in Islamic finance in Russia. The first one was in 2008 and ended with the onset of the 2008 crisis. The second one was in 2014, when the first sanctions against Russia were imposed. But back then, there was no shortage of liquidity in my country, and the authority did not feel that the time was right to invest time and energy in the introduction of Islamic finance. Nevertheless, at that time, the country already had a well-developed halal sector. A number of trail Islamic financial products had already been launched. Staff had been trained in this area, and the conditions for the payment of zakat were set out. Even rating methods for Islamic financial products and companies were developed. The third surge began last year, 2022. It is characterized by a 180-degree pivot in Russia's focus towards Asia and Global South. This is a serious and long-term commitment. In August 2023, Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a law on partnership finance, which paves the way for the introduction of Islamic finance in Russia, both for Russia's Muslim communities and for its financial sector. This is a truly revolutionary document. Under the new law, trial projects are to be conducted in 4 regions of Russia over the next 2 years. There are many practical issues that needed to be resolved. For example, what standards should be chosen for the provision of Islamic finance services? How will the Russian tax system deal with the specific tax status of Islamic financial assets? For what purposes should currency purchased from foreign investors be used? How will financial risk be affected? What changes will need to be made to the Russian Central Bank's monetary policy? Based on the result of the trial, a final decision will be made on a full-scale launch of an Islamic financial sector in Russia. And now is the best time for businesses and investors to enter the Russian market, even on a relatively small scale. By opening a business in Russia during the period of trial project, you will be able to play a direct role in the formation of its Islamic financial sector. provide moral support to Russians Ummah, and benefit from opening a business in a rapidly developing country. You can choose any of 4 regions of Russia participating in the experiment, but I would particularly advise you to choose Moscow. It's the most dynamic city in the country with the largest Muslim community and offers the best conditions for business, including in terms of the protection afforded for investors' rights and various forms of government support. So, ladies and gentlemen, come to Russia. I, my team, Moscow government are ready to provide you with any support you need. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. Really, it's a great honor to speak in front of such authoritative audience. And once more, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Yandif, for your keynote speech. We are now going to have a memento distribution ceremony, for which may I request Dr. Samia Suelim, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, to please join me on stage. I would first like to invite His Excellency Mr. Hidayatullah Badri, Acting Governor, Central Bank of Afghanistan, to please join us on stage and receive a token of appreciation for your presence in the conference today. Mr. Muhammad Yandif, if you can also kindly join us on stage. We have with us representatives of the Central Bank of Yemen who are going to receive a memento on behalf of Dr. Ahmad bin Ahmad Ghalib al-Maqki, who was unfortunately unable to, due to unforeseen and last-minute emergency situation, could not attend this conference physically as he initially intended to.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh again. And please bear with us for like 15 minutes, inshallah. We will be having a session for a signing session for the agreements that AAOIFI and certain stakeholders have entered into. MOUs agreements in different areas related to capacity building and other areas of mutual interest. May I call to the stage, and in the order we have here in the list, MISFA, M-I-S-F-A, Mr. Khalil Rahman Bahir, Managing Director of MISFA. The area of cooperation is capacity building and joint events. Please, Mr. Khalil Rahman Bahir. Please proceed to the stage. Misfa. Signing on behalf of AAOIFI is Mr. Farhan Noor, Head of Capacity Building Department, and on behalf of MISFA, Mr. Khalil Rahman Bahir. May I invite to the stage Dr. Muhammad Farid Ravi Abdullah, Rector of International Islamic University College, Selangor, KUIAS. Please proceed to the stage. Again, the area of cooperation relates to capacity building and joint events, sorry. We hope it might evolve into a joint venture. And now we have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Rostom Vakhitov, co-founder, Academy of BEPS, Tax Insights. Please, sir, proceed to the floor. The area of cooperation is knowledge dissemination about Islamic finance best practices and successful business implementation and artificial intelligence in Islamic finance. We'd like to invite to the floor Mr. Johans Merga, Senior Chief Marketing Officer, representing the CEO of Awash Bank, Ikhlas. Please, sir, proceed to the floor. Now we have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Melika Bedri from Zamzam Bank, Ethiopia. The area of cooperation relates to standards development, capacity building, and joint events. Okay. We would like to invite also Dr. Yahya, please. Dr. Yahya Abdurrahman, the Sharia advisor of the bank. Okay. I have the pleasure now to invite to the floor Mr. Yusuf Salem Al-Rawahi from Al-Ahli Islamic, Oman. He's head of Islamic or Sharia department, Ahli Islamic, based in Oman, area of cooperation, capacity building and joint ventures and joint events, sorry.
خلينا نديك مكافأة بعد ما نخلص
ايه
انت تبدأ ليه؟
عشان يتحمسوا انا عشان عايزين يشتغلوا. I have the pleasure now to invite to the floor Mr. Salim Al-Mahrabi, Chief Financial Officer, Bank Nizwa, Oman. Area of cooperation is capacity building and joint events. Please proceed to the floor, sir. Mr. Salim. يلا أنت ساعدني شوي. I'm pleased now to invite to the floor Mr. Luai Abdelbaqi from Guidance College, United States, Area of Cooperation, Capacity Building and Joint Events. Mr. Luai.
أعزمك على الغداء.
شكرا يا حبيبي. And last but not least, I'm pleased to invite to the floor Mr. Zubair Mughal, CEO Al Huda CIB, United Arab Emirates. Please proceed to the floor. Area of cooperation relates to capacity building and joint events. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on, and we all are invited to take part in this 10 minutes ceremony for launching of Islamic Financial System book. It's Islamic Financial System Principles and Operations, the 3rd edition. And another book publication is the Islamic Capital Market Principles and Practices, 2nd edition. Prepared and published by INSIF ISRA Malaysia. I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Marjan Muhammad, Director, ISRA Research Management Center. Dr. Marjan, please. Welcome. Yeah, we will just arrange for the books. Yeah. So she will just deliver a 5-minute speech. Please proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. On behalf of ISRA Research Management Center, or commonly known as ISRA of INSIF University, we would like to extend our gratitude to AAOIFI and Islamic Development Bank for giving us the opportunity to unveil our latest edition of 2 key Islamic finance publications, namely the Islamic Financial System, Principles and Operations, 3rd edition, as well as the Islamic Capital Markets, Principles and Practices, 2nd edition. The books are the result of months of hard work of world-renowned writers consisting of both academicians and practitioners, and the determination of ISRA in producing textbooks that present various aspects of Islamic finance in general and Islamic capital market in particular. While the Islamic Financial System textbook provides comprehensive coverage ranging from its theoretical and conceptual frameworks to the practical aspects, and addresses issues and challenges, the Islamic Capital Markets textbook is designed to specifically clarify concepts and build in-depth understanding of Islamic capital markets. Also, to expose readers to the modus operandi of the Islamic capital market and give a flavor of issues and challenges facing the industry. The latest edition of both books has been produced has been thoroughly reviewed and revised to reflect the latest development of the industry by using infographics and case studies to make the books more attractive and simplified. It is our aspiration that the books serve as useful and practical references for all stakeholders in understanding the theory and practice of Islamic finance in general and the Islamic capital market in specific. May Allah accept this work as part of our good deeds that will add more weight to our Mizan al-Hasanat in the day of judgment, inshallah. Let us watch the video that captures the background and key features of both books. Thank you. Thank you for watching the video that captures the background and the key features of both books. Now, I would like to call upon Datuk Professor Dr. Muhammad Akram Laldin, the CEO of ISRA Consulting, the business arm of INSEAF University, accompanied by Brother Misbahuddin Ahmad, the key contributor of both books, to the stage to hand over the book Islamic Financial System textbook to the representatives from AAOIFI and Islamic Development Bank. To the stage, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Sami Suailim of the ISDB and Mr. Farhan Noor of AAOIFI to receive the book as a token of appreciation from us. For your information, Dr. Sami Suailim is also one of the contributors of the Islamic Financial System textbook.
Thank you very much, and please just bear with us further. We have just 2 minutes small ceremony. We'll be launching the Bangala translation of AAOIFI Code of Ethics. May I invite to the floor Mufti Yusuf Sultan, licensed Sharia advisor, and Dr. Sami. Dr. Sami, please. Dr. Sami, you are needed here. Mufti Yusuf Sultan, please, brother. Yeah, he may need just to deliver a very short speech for 1 minute before we start the short ceremony.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, AAOIFI and ISDB, for giving us opportunity to unveil this very significant contribution of AAOIFI, named as AAOIFI Code of Ethics in Bangla. I'm very happy to share that IFA Consultancy Bangladesh, a Sharia advisory company in Bangladesh, have taken this courage to translate this Code of Ethics, which is a significant contribution to the industry for ethical practices in Bangla. And I want to also share that in over 25 different courses provided by us, we have included the Code of Ethics in every single course and made it mandatory as part of all the aspects that we have been providing. And since the inception, also another entity, Adil Advisory from Malaysia, Taif, we have been trying to deliver a lot of courses based on this AAOIFI Code of Ethics. We hope that this translation will be a significant contribution to the ethical Islamic finance industry, not only in Bangladesh, but also globally, inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan to AAOIFI team who have remarked on this significant journey, and thank you everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And now back to our conference session 1 today. It is session 4 in order of appearance. Yesterday we had 3 sessions. Today the first session will be titled the use of Islamic finance for development of infrastructure for combating the climate change. I have the pleasure of inviting to the floor. We have actually 3 keynote speeches by his actually we have it's an open session. We have the main topics, compatibility of Islamic finance principles with the objectives of sustainable development and combating climate change, the role of IFIs in promoting sustainable infrastructure development, innovative financing mechanisms and instruments offered by IFIs to address climate change and challenges, the use of green sukuk to raise funds specifically for climate-friendly infrastructure projects, the role of regulatory bodies in promoting sustainable finance practices within the Islamic finance industry, the development of Islamic finance frameworks and standards aligned with the principles of climate change mitigation, opportunities for collaboration between governments, IFIs, development banks, and private sector stakeholders, and strategies to mobilize Islamic finance for large-scale infrastructure projects addressing climate change challenges. May I invite to the floor Mr. Chairman, Datuk Professor Dr. Muhammad Akram Laluddin, member of Public Interest Monitoring Consultative Committee, PIMC at AAOIFI, and Executive Director of International Sharia Research Academy for Islamic Finance, ISRA, Malaysia, and the distinguished panelist, Dr. Habib Ahmad, Professor and Sharjah Chair in Islamic Law and Finance, Durham, I think Sharia Chair or Sharjah Chair, in Islamic Law and Finance, Durham University, UK. Mr. Brother Omar, he's unfortunately he had to be away for a family emergency last minute, so he will be represented. Mr. Omar Ansari, Secretary General of AAOIFI, he will be represented by Brother Sayyid Siddiq, and also Mr. Hussein Muqaybal, Manager of Economic Infrastructure Division of ISDB, covering energy, transport, ICT, and urban development, ISDB, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Ahmed Al-Bayrak, Deputy CEO, Kuwait Turk, Participation Bank, Turkey. Please, sir, proceed to the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. It's glad, glad to know you. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Alhamdulillah, first of all, we praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His grace and mercy that we are here on the second day of the IOP conference, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate IOP for this successful conference, and also, the wonderful topics that we have discussed since yesterday morning and today until the end of the session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are going to have a very important discussion on the use of Islamic finance for development of infrastructure for combating the climate change. And I think all of us are aware with what is happening to the globe nowadays. And I believe that each and every one of us, we will have the role to play in order to ensure that our children, our grandchildren, and the generation to come will be able to live safely on the planet. And definitely for Islamic finance, there are things that we need to do, and there are steps that we need to take in order for Islamic finance to contribute towards the reducing the impact as well as the effect of the climate change that we are evidencing nowadays. And if you look into some of the report, it says that around $5 to $7 trillion are required every year in order to achieve SDG, in which part of it is in order to manage the changes that we are looking in the globe at the moment. So with us today, this morning, alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate that we have 4 distinguished panelists. We have Dr. Habib Ahmad, who is the professor and Sharjah Chair in Islamic Law and Finance, Durham University. Brother Omar Ansari, he couldn't be with us, but alhamdulillah, we have Brother Zaid Sadiq, who will be presenting on behalf of Brother Omar Mustafa. And then we have Mr. Hussein Mugabil, who is the manager of the Economic Infrastructure Division of the IDB. And also we have Brother Dr. Ahmad Al-Bayrak, the Deputy CEO of Kuwait Turk Participation Bank in Turkey. So since we have very limited time, so I'm going to give to each and every panelist perhaps about 10 minutes for them to present and share their thoughts on this topic. And then I'm going to open it to the floor because I always believe in interaction. So I hope that you can have, if you have your questions, if you have anything that you would like to share, you have to ask, then we'll be able to, inshallah. And the organizer have informed me that we have to stop around, according to the, about 10. You see, so I enough time for us to have a discussion. So without further ado, perhaps I think I'll start from my brother, Mr. Hussein Mugabe. Please, I mean, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. If we would like to talk about infrastructure and climate change, is very important topics to link the climate change to the infrastructure. And one of the main challenges in infrastructure finance, you will find that there is a need for huge investment, huge capital in this field. And all MDBs, the multilateral development banks, including ISDB, World Bank, and all other MDBs, will not be able to cover the needs. So one of the main challenges is to involve the private sector. Private sector involvement is a must in this field. And as you know, that private sector, usually they are taking many precautions and risk mitigation to be involved in the sectors. And because of that, our role is how to pave the way for the private sector to come in. And this is take us to also another challenge in this field, which is readiness of the countries, especially the least developed countries, and the awareness of the issue of climate change. Because this needs, capacity building needs to build the ability of those countries on addressing the issue of climate change. We have many member countries, they are not so keen about the issue, and because of that, we need to address well with them the importance of the climate change issues. Third important point is to help. We have been talking about the importance of private sector. So now we need to develop the regulations and the tools for the member countries to have ready projects. So once the private sector come to investment, they have to have ready investment environment that will be through proper regulations, policies, strategies that will attract the private sector. This is three main challenges, and I see also there is a need to help the countries during the implementation of infrastructure projects. There are many projects that have started. We are talking about energy, road projects. It's a mega projects which needs huge investment, and some of them, these projects started, but they did not complete it. So there is also a dimension of lack of capacity on the implementation side. And this is related to proper availability of proper consulting, proper contractors, proper from the government side, the projects implementations units, which has the capacity to follow the procurement, selection of contractors, selection of consultants, and also following the implementation of these projects. From ISDB side, Islamic Development Bank side, in terms of linking the climate change to infrastructure, we have started some time ago to develop climate change policy. We have very clear climate change policy, which has 4 main pillars, and I will summarize it in 3 main topics, which is related to mainstream climate change in the bank operations. Each operation which we receive for financing, we have very detailed screening tools to address climate change issues. And we try to introduce, sometimes to redesign with the countries, the projects to reflect and address the climate changes in all sectors, in energy, transport, health, education. Each proposal we have working with the governments to try to be address the issue of climate change. And also the second point is related to helping member countries in addressing climate change issues through capacity building, through helping them in addressing their national determined commitments related to Paris agreements, because most of these countries have already declared their commitments related to Paris agreements. And the third, to help the facilitation of knowledge sharing between one member countries, which is very advanced in addressing this issue, and some of the countries which lack the experience. So this is our role, and that. In addition to some of the sector policies, we have energy sector policy, transport sector policies, we have health sector policy, we have different various sector policies, which all the pillars of these policies emphasize on clean finance or clean economy. So that's one of the examples related to energy sector policies, which has renewable energy as one of the priority. We have in transport, we have e-mobility, which is promoting e-mobility, and also in other sector policies. We have also climate finance targets with all other MDBs. We have a common, declare a commitment for climate finance targets, which is currently 35% of our population by 2025 to be climate finance. And this is, as I explained, we have clear mechanism how to measure that this financing, which portion of this finance is declared as a climate finance. I will stop here, and we can have a second round for discussion if the time allows.
Okay, Jazakallah. Very interesting presentation that you mentioned about the participation of the private sector. This is very crucial, very key. And we talk about the challenges. Again, yes, I mean, different jurisdictions might have different challenges when it comes to the implementation. I mean, we need people, we need resources, we need money, of course, in order for us to, put forward this agenda. Now, I'll go to Prof. Habib. So please, I mean, you have a short presentation you're going to share. Then please.
Is there a
slide, please?
Okay, no problem. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I have a very short. Now, when we talk about the infrastructure, actually it is a very important social overhead capital, which produces public goods and services, which is essential for functioning of economies and its development. We can think of infrastructure in two broad categories: the economic infrastructure, which relates to energy, telecom, transportation, water, and sanitation, and then the social infrastructure, which relates to education, health, and social housing, for example. Now, to provide a context of infrastructure, I think it's best to look at infrastructure from SDG perspectives, Sustainable Development Goals, which most of the countries of the world have signed under UN in 2015 as a plan for action of people, planet, and prosperity. And if you look at the SDGs, we see that infrastructure is a very important part of the SDGs. SDG 9 itself is about infrastructure. And then there are other SDGs which relate to the economic infrastructure. SDG 6, for example, relates to water, sanitation. SDG 7, SDG 11, these are economic infrastructure. And in terms of social infrastructure, we have health and education related sustainable development goals. Now, as you know, SDGs are very ambitious and they will require a lot of resources. And within SDGs, I think the key resources which are required are for the infrastructure. And there was a recent OECD report which looked at the financing gap of the infrastructure to achieve the SDGs, and they estimated that globally there is a deficit of $6.9 trillion US. And yesterday we saw that there is within OIC member countries $2.7 trillion gap to achieve the SDGs by 2040. This in some way shows some information of the requirements in some sample OIC member countries. In this sample, there were 13 member countries, and when we estimate the total investments which are needed for infrastructure, the average per member country is 22.1 billion US, and the average investment gap with the current investments in the infrastructure is close to $5 billion. Now this, one of the features of the SDGs is that the infrastructure projects have to be sustainable, which requires qualitative changes in the infrastructure projects, which basically can be in some way summarized by this principles of qualitative infrastructure investment, which was published by G20. And what they say that the infrastructure, among the principles, they say that it must have a positive impact on sustainable growth and development. And then they specifically mention in principle 3 the environmental considerations when we are thinking of infrastructure investments, resilience against natural disasters, social considerations in framing the infrastructure projects. I think there will be more discussions on this. The key implications of qualitative changes of infrastructure includes that we should take care of the climate mitigation infrastructure and also infrastructure which relates to climate adaptation and resilient infrastructure projects. Now moving on to the Sharia perspectives, I think if we want to summarize the overall objective of Sharia, it can be summarized in one maxim which says that the objective of Sharia is to enhance welfare and or maslaha, and in some ways prevent harm, mafsada. Actually, some Sharia scholars say if you want to in some ways understand Sharia in one sentence, it would be that it is there to increase the maslaha and minimize mafsada. Now, because of this overall overarching objective of maslaha, Sharia has instituted legal principles and ethical values to achieve maslaha. When it comes to legal principles related to economics, of course, the principle is that of permissibility, which in contracts means that as long as we avoid riba and gharar, those should be permissible from a Sharia point of view. On top of it, the ethical framework comes from Maqasid al-Sharia, which relates to human well-being. And this in some ways is in some ways, if we if you're thinking of any economic activity, including infrastructure project, we have to have this ethical perspective that these should contribute to human well-being, which is basically protection and enhancement of 5 elements of faith, self, intellect, posterity, and wealth. And I've also included dignity, which is also considered as one of the maqasid by some Sharia scholars. Now, I think we can link the planetary well-being with the maqasid, and there's a book by Yusuf al-Qardawi who actually talks about the environmental ethics from Islamic perspective. And what he says is that environment affects all the maqasid al-Sharia, and in order to achieve the maqasid, it is important to protect and preserve the planet. And of course, one of the key issues here related to planet is the climate-related impacts which are affecting the environment adversely. So in some ways, protecting the climate and the environment are directly related to the maqasid al-Sharia, because the maqasid are directly impacted by the planet and the well-being of the environment. Now, I'll not go over this. This is showing a very complex structure of infrastructure financing, where you have 2 phases, the construction phase and the operation phase. And it's in the construction phase where the financing is needed. The sponsors come with equity finance, and then you have to raise funds. Then the insurance companies come and mitigate the risk. The rating agencies have their role if you want to raise funds from the market. The key thing is that the features of infrastructure projects are very complex. They are large and indivisible. They're very capital intensive. They require a lot of funds. And the other thing is, of course, the investment is for a very long period of time. And because of this complexity, there are different structures which are used to finance infrastructure projects. And usually this is done through public-private partnerships, and there are actually different types of contracts which are, or structures which are used to finance infrastructure projects. And of course, in the conventional, you have equity and debt-based structures as the key structures. And when it comes to banks, they basically come to finance infrastructure projects as syndicated financing. And the other key aspect of infrastructure financing comes from the capital market in terms of issuing securities which are used to raise funds for infrastructure projects. Now, if you look at the structure of infrastructure projects and try to see which are the appropriate financial institutions which can support it, we can look at the investment horizon and risk appetite of different financial institutions. And we see that actually it is the non-bank financial institutions which are better suited to finance infrastructure institutions, partly because of their investment horizon, which are very long-term, and their risk appetite, which is either medium or high. So the non-bank financial institutions play a very important role in providing the funds and raising the funds which can be used for infrastructure projects. Now, in order to, for banks to come and invest in infrastructure, they can do it if there are securities issued where they can buy and sell the securities, because they have a short-term investment horizon. They cannot go into long-term direct financing. So the best way for them to invest in infrastructure would be to buy in securities and liquidate them whenever they need to get funds and liquidity. Now, in terms of Islamic finance and infrastructure financing, when it comes to legal principles, I don't think there is an issue. AAOIFI Sharia Standard number 22 permits concessions, of course, as long as the contracts are Sharia compliant. And then I think it's not very difficult to structure Islamic financing approaches to infrastructure financing. For example, if you're thinking of greenfield projects, you can use istisna and ijara and structure a project. But if you're just looking at the legal principles, I think it will not take off the sustainability aspects. because when we're talking about the sustainability aspects, we also have to look at the qualitative features. And I think so you can have a Sharia compliant project financing, but if we are not looking at the ethical and the environmental impacts, then it will not be categorized as a sustainable infrastructure financing. For sustainable infrastructure financing, we have to bring in the ethics and the maqasid, which says that we have to protect the environment and the impact on climate. And interestingly, now we have IOFI Sharia decision-making process exposure draft, which basically says that when we are thinking of Sharia compliance, we have to incorporate and consider maqasid in the decision-making. I will end by sharing this slide on green and sustainability sukuk. As we see that the green and sustainability sukuk issuance have increased over the years. The latest we have is 2021, where $6 billion worth of sustainability and green sukuk were issued. Now, if we look at the share of the sustainability sukuk compared to the total, it's still small. In 2021, it was only 3.2% of the total sukuk issuance. The good story is at least the good part of the this slide is that we see that there's a gradual increase in the issuance of green and sustainability sukuk. I think I'll stop there given the time. I have a couple of other slides, but I'll just skip them. Thank you.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan. Barakallahu feek. Thank you very much, Prof. Habib. I think very interesting presentation, and I think in the last slide we can see that, I'm not sure, during COVID period we can see that the green infrastructure, the green funding has increased, but on post-COVID 2022 it has come down. I'm not sure what is the indication. And
that's only first half of 2022.
Again?
First half of 2022.
First half.
It's not for the whole year.
So it has gone up. Okay, that's great. Alhamdulillah. So I think, see, as mentioned by Prof. Habib, when we talk about Islamic finance, we cannot detach ourselves from maqasidul sharia. Yes, the structure compliant with the requirement of fiqh sharia is one thing, is very important. But then what will be the impact of whatever funding, whatever projects that we are taking, that is also very, very, very important in order for us to assess. You see, so I always mention this even in the Sharia board, that the Sharia scholars have to go beyond the fiqhi compliance, meaning that we need to look as well into the maqasidi compliance. Okay, now please, since you are given the chance to Brother Said, so please, Brother Said, the floor is yours.
Good morning, all of you. As you know, I'm filling up for my Secretary General, Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari. So I'll quickly go through his presentation and try to see if you have any questions and we can be able to answer it. Basically, I'm going to cover three aspects here. First aspect is the core principles we are matching with the SDGs, core principles of Maqasid al-Sharia, and matching with the SDGs. And the second thing is proposals for combating climate change through the use of Islamic finance. And third, I'm going to discuss the strategies to support the adverse climate changes. First, as Professor Habib has already given some briefing about matching SDGs with the Maqasid al-Sharia, so I'm not going to go a bit in detail. On the left-hand side, you see the Maqasid al-Sharia life and what the core principles are in the second column, and the third is matching with the SDGs. Good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and sustainable and communities. Again, matching the Maqasid al-Sharia with the SDGs. I'm just going to progeny and wealth. We are matching with the life on land, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and responsible consumption and production. Second, proposals for combating the climate change through the use of Islamic finance. They have about 6 proposals that we have identified. First being afforestation, second management, carbon footprint reduction, feasibility through carbon credits, promotion and move towards the alternate forms of energy, wind and solar and others. And the fifth is agricultural sector that we got to promote them. And then last but not the least, routine retail financing product, we'll have a look at it. Firstly, afforestation. It's actually a need for climate change. So we got to Islamic banks and financial institutions and the industry on the whole must support the afforestation, drive through financing and gaining the carbon credits. If you see a carbon credit of 1 ton, carbon dioxide is equal to 1 ton of one carbon credit. And we must have joint declarations from Islamic financial institutions and other, they must come together to have some targets to be able to reach maybe in 2030, 2040, 2050, to be able to get where we should be. So at least set the target for the carbon credits, at least set some target for afforestation and things like that. Secondly, one of the most important things is water. We must have some strategies to have water, because 99% of water is not drinkable, what we have in the earth. Only 1% water is drinkable, so and cultivable. So we must make sure, we must make attempts to have some small, medium and large scale dams. Of course, Islamic financial institutions doesn't have length and breadth to have bigger dams, which cost billions of dollars. But we might be able to have some small scale dams or medium scale dams, and Islamic financial institutions and banks should be able to finance them, build them, and support the infrastructure to build the dams. And water conservation and recycling plants, Islamic banks can finance those, and promote initiatives for managing and combating floodwaters, including those philanthropic public partnership projects. We've seen in some countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh and others, where floodwaters are, every 2 years, every 3 years, there's a lot of floods. So we should be able to conserve water and, make some strategies to be able to combat those floods. And that will hold the key for, we must have focus towards that, combating floodwaters as well, and to rechanneling it and recycling it. And financing for projects combating flood through sukuk. But Professor Habib had just mentioned about sukuk. I'm not going to go into detail about the sukuk for Islamic finance for combating climate change. Thirdly, carbon credits are as I said in the beginning, our focus should be one of the focuses should be on gaining the carbon credits. We are not very much aware of it. Most of the financial institutions don't have the focus towards having the carbon credits, promoting carbon credits in the industry, and reducing the emissions and upgradation of plants. We have old, maybe 50-40 years plants that we are still using it and losing the efficiency. We should be upgrading the plants for recycling of the wastage and all. And initiatives to invest in renewable energy and improve the energy efficiency, and create net zero industry tracker. We should be able to have a tracker where the whole industry level of carbon emissions and the pollution and climate change and effects of this should be, we must have a tracker, a country-wise tracker or industry-wise tracker, whatever tracker. So we'll be able to measure how much emissions, how much carbon credits, or how much we are polluting the world. So, and how much Islamic financial institutions can help combat those pollution and climate change. Promote moving towards invest in solar and wind power, and I think Bahrain has this wind power turbine building here. If you must have seen, it's a flagship building of AAOIFI of Bahrain. So we must produce some form of renewable energy like solar and wind and others. And one of the important thing is promoting it on the retail level. Promoting it on a retail level. Every house might have some turbines, every house might have some solar panels. To be able to promote it on a retail basis, not some government or any other institution creating renewable energy projects, but we as retail customers or on a retail basis, we should be able to have renewable energy projects, a small micro retail projects of some renewable energies. And of course, invest in research and development, and evaluate business efforts on adaptation of climate change to scale up clean power and green sukuk, as we can say. Second last is use of agri-finance and MSME finance to support supply chain, making agri-sector as commercially feasible investment. Many of the Islamic banks might not think towards, when they have some small portfolio, but then on a mass scale, agri-finance should be given more importance. And optimize commercial feasibility of organic meat, food items and others. 56% of the agri-finance institutions expect climate change to negatively impact financial institutions of their clients. So this is something very alarming for us, and we must do something to have this. Lastly, decarbonize auto and other industries to combat climate change goals. For example, as we have seen the promotion of electric vehicles. Last week, I think there was an exhibition in Bahrain, and they have had on a display a very nice, beautiful electric vehicle. And the first question I asked her, the promoter, how many ports do you have for charging? So she says none in Bahrain. So we got to charge our electric vehicles at home. So there is a dire need. I mean, we must do something to have a promotion of electric vehicles. The promotion of electric vehicles can only happen when you have some infrastructure for charging those vehicles. So it's not like you are stranded on the on a traffic and then you run out of your charging of the battery. So we must have some charging, infrastructure in our countries to promote this electric vehicles. And formulate policy actions to mobilize climate finance and solicit market responses. All the stakeholders must get together and then have a strategy in place, have some targets in place to be able to achieve in some time. Last slide, it's a very important slide. I'd like to sum up with my presentation with that. As I said in the beginning, there should be a change of focus. It's very important, change of mentality, change of our course, and see to it that and explore ways to promote profitable sources of sustainable finance. That's very important. We might have a lot of things, but then if there's no focus, we might go haywire. And prioritize long-term climate sustainability over short-term profits. We invest now and then reap the benefits maybe in 10 years, 15 years, and not looking at the short-term profits and short-term benefits. And infrastructure, as Professor Habib also touched upon it, infrastructure, but I'm talking about the regulatory infrastructure. How regulators see to it that they promote and they combat climate change. And follow good practice from other markets and jurisdictions. We have a lot of work done in Western countries and other countries to combat this climate change. We must adopt lift and shift, look at what they have done, and then try to replicate in our country and in our economies. And of course, utilize technological and innovations to increase efficiency and reduce cost. So that's more important. Having more efficient and use of technology, is what is the need of the hour. And financial inclusion and sustainability, combating efforts of Islamic social finance and Islamic finance. We must use this waqf and zakat and other institutions in combating and in doing a merger between this climate change. Of course, we have Maqasid Sharia talks about it, but the waqf funds and other funds must be utilized for combating the climate change. And the promotion of agri-finance I've already discussed before, and promotion of takaful models. And last but not the least, the awareness and advocacy. We might have infrastructure in place, we might have financing in place, everything is in place, but then if there is no awareness in the market, if people don't know about what we need to be doing, then the whole effort go in base to promote understanding of the climate change. Maybe Islamic banks, Islamic financial institutions can have some portfolio and training courses or something to make the market aware, make their employees and make the general population aware of the dire effects of climate change and promote understanding of it. And of course, capacity building and providing training on these aspects, and organize events and facilitate knowledge sharing and networking, just as we are doing now as an AAOIFI as an institution. It's our responsibility to bring to shore, know what exactly we can do in promoting these new themes like combating climate change. So as an institution, it's our responsibility, and as your institution, we also have a responsibility towards combating this. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Said, for the deliberation of Brother Omar, and I believe that the different areas that was mentioned by Brother Omar is very crucial, and we are not lacking any kind of instrument in Islamic finance. We have different kind of instrument that we can use in order for us to fund all this infrastructure development, and I hope that the will be there from all of us. So finally, Dr. Ahmad, you said you have something to share. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very honored to be here just with the distinguished professors and distinguished panelists. It's really great honor to also addressing this climate change combating issue with the dearest AAOIFI conference participants. Actually, last night, my neighbor called me and he said, "Brother, are you okay?" I said, "I am okay." What happened? He said, "Do you know what happened in the village?" By the way, I'm living north side of Istanbul and in a village. And he said, "We are flooded, man." "Where are you?" I said, I'm away from the house, so I don't know what happened. Then let me call my wife and return to you. He said, and if anything requires, please let me know, I can help. I call my wife, and of course, there's a little bit flooding happening also in our garden, at the end of the gardens. But there is, alhamdulillah, no problem, and the house and the, inside the houses are okay. So this is, happen anytime, and I would not be here today. I would go on to my house and to my country, because if God forbid it happens. So we have to be, as Brother Said just addressed and mentions, we have to aware of those things. Even in, in Istanbul, we have some infrastructure problems. In the village, we are flooded, and some, of course, cost to households and agricultural areas most probably harmed. Actually, today, as the representative of private sector and as an executive of an Islamic financial institutions, I would like to share with you an experience that we went through while we are issued the first global ECG sustainable tier 2 sukuk in 2021. It was so successful one, and actually I would like to give some details on it, so that sector executives and employees can get benefit out of it. Actually, we can say that green or sustainable finance is nexus point that brings conventional finance and converge conventional finance into more to Islamic finance. And as Brother Said addressed also, stemming from the, Imam Juwayni and his student Imam Ghazali, the famous taxonomy of Maqasatul Sharia to preserve life, goods, intellects, deen, and generations, really, reflected in the UN development goals. And these development goals is the basis for, sustainable thing that anything, you do, you have to just steer and base upon them. So it's also compiled and in line with the Islamic financial institutions, because we are also going after for financial stability of the country, health, economic growth, we are supporting, poverty alleviation, wealth distribution, financial and social inclusion, and environmental preservation. We are just, after that, and that's why, as the part of Kuwait Finance House, I'm proud of part of it, and Kuwait Turk, we issued that scoop. Actually, when we started, it was not like this, and it did not, reach to the volume we have today. But the risk-bearing, level of the ECG scoop reached to 33.3 billion US dollars recently, as of 2023 Q3, especially with the government's issuances from Saudi, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, even recently Turkey issued a scoop. So when we decided to go ahead and issue sukuk, we have to go through certain process. Actually, like an Islamic windows, this is a transactional window that you are just opening, in the bank. So for that, you need a board of directors decision and approval, and you need to have approved sustainability policy has to be implemented in the bank. And after that, you have, sustainability committee established under the CEO. And under the CEO, we have established 4 different subcommittees and working groups, especially on sustainable finance, who is going to implement this project with the and relating with the other departments. And we also establish a climate change working committee, has to be working, in the bank, just what we can do as a bank to diminish the carbon that we are producing, and also what we can change as a bank. For instance, recently we have been invested to solar power plant in Turkey to get the 100% full, supply of the electricity that we are using. And then also we have a financial ecosystem working group working with our, customers, and employee and communications working group, really trying to increase the awareness of our employees. Of course, before we just start issuing a sukuk, we need to do another thing, which is very, very important. Of course, as an Islamic bank, we are obliged to go through, Sharia board process and approval. But before that, in that case, we also went to another board or another approval body, let's say. This is second party opinion provider, has to be accredited by the investors and the some other, jurisdiction, let me say, so that they can approve our portfolio that we are going to put as an underlying asset in our sukuk. And also they would come and check our portfolio, which is, going properly and reporting the things what happen annual basis. Actually, the portfolio as an underlying asset, we put our Sukuk consists of different elements. It's also related with what Brother Said also mentioned. Actually, in our portfolio, we have finance renewable energy projects. We just put them inside. We have some pollution prevention and control factories that we finance them as an infrastructure projects. We also put them. Some energy efficiency projects, especially we finance, we are the champion of solar power plants in Turkey and wind power plants also. Some green buildings we finance over the years. We also finance some clean transportation projects in some of the cities, municipalities using electricity trains, and we are financing them. Especially, last but not least, we finance SMEs, especially their shareholders, young and women. I mean, especially women, sitting at the board, and young SME owners we are supporting. Also, we supported affordable housing, social projects, and we also provided financing to education and healthcare as an essential services for people to reach to those financing things. Actually, as a consequence, I have to find out the consequence paper, but I'm not finding it. Yeah, it's stick to here. Yeah, okay. From the financial point of view, the Sukuk paper rated by Fitch, and it was B+, and it was 350 million US dollars, 10 year, and priced at 6.125, and we have 20% demand from dark green and light green funds. This is the first time that those guys coming to our Sukuk and prescribing it as first time, and really help to our order book to grow very fast. And it was the first sustainable tier 2 Sukuk issued globally. It was from an IFI. The highest oversubscription by 12.3% achieved ever in Turkey, and tightened yield because of this highest subscription, and approximately 62.5 pips. And last 7 years, before the pandemic even, this is the best coupon yield ever achieved among Turkish banks. By the way, we are number 10th bank in Turkey, including conventional. It's the best price ever achieved and the larger order book ever achieved by Turkish FI. So I believe that this green and sustainable Sukuk structure and the legitimated structure by the very high widespread investor base. So it provided this. Actually, but as I told you, this is just a window, transactional window in the bank. So IFIs can do such a thing, but we need more than that. And we need more sustainable, at the same time, Islamic banks to achieve those kind of goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad. I think very insightful explanation that you've given. And I think these are some of the examples that we have seen in the industry, meaning that we can do and we can contribute. Islamic finance can really contribute towards the infrastructure building in order to battle the climate change and whatnot. And we are not lacking of any instruments. We have many instruments, different type of contracts that we have in which we can deploy them. Now, we don't have much time. I can allow 1 or 2 questions from the floor if you have. Okay, I have one over there. Yes, please. Where's the mic? That side, please. 1, 2. Okay, only 2. Please. See, climate change is something real, which we really have to address it.
Can you hear? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. If I could give a comment and a question, allow me.
Very brief.
Yeah. So a very informative session. Heard a lot, learned a lot from all of you about how Islamic finance is helping tackle the climate crisis. And my comment really is that offsetting, really, Islamic finance, it's a much younger industry compared to the overall financial industry. And again, we could really be the leader in helping finance solutions to the climate crisis. But also, my comment is quite critical, but it's basically that offsets, you know, you pay to cover your carbon dioxide footprint. It's not the solution. It's not really the answer. It's sort of a patchwork. We don't have like clear, like, what do you mean? Like clear clear carbon, as I said. We don't have like clear guidelines or like especially the credits. There's no clear information where it's exactly going, and there's also a lot of overlap. And for example, there's some like programs where they're offsetting, they're doing, for example, it's already covering projects that have already, for example, been dealt with and so paid for, and it's sort of being wasted, let's just say that, and it's been leading greenwashing. So it comes in the form of uncertainty, per se. But a question to everyone on the panel here is, also COP28 is happening this coming week, for next week pretty much, and there's also been like a lot of controversy about the fact that the event's been used to basically do some oil and gas deals. Should Islamic finance institutions avoid financing fossil fuels altogether? Is it a solution? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Okay, next question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, this is loud. Okay. Well, my name is Khalid. I would like to first thank the honorable speakers for the magnificent presentation we had there. My question is quite simple, actually. To which extent shall the Sharia banks, Islamic banks, go through the, when they look into any development or any PPP, to which extent they have to look after the climate change? I mean, for example, Islamic banks today, when they sign any kind of agreements, they make sure that it is, environmentally friendly as per the Paris Accord. There should be no such harm to be given to the environment and to the organisms that is around that such development. So my question here, how long, to which extent Islamic banks or Islamic financial institutions shall go to make sure that they are on the right track of financing such entities? And especially if they were partners with such entities, so they will take part of the responsibility. I know some companies, they go with the SDG standards, which they may have something not really compliant with the Sharia, which something we need to address in a separate session anyway. But this is my question. Thank you very much again, and have a nice one.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps maybe I'll give each and every one 1 minute, 2 minutes for you to address the questions as well as conclude, please. Maybe you can start.
For the second question, I think it's an important point that to what extent finances should address the issue of climate change. We are talking about the climate change and we are talking about the just transition in terminology. Just transition is to consider all the aspects related to the needs of people and to what extent we have to put restrictions and regulations for some countries, for example, and beneficiary to adhere to the climate change with the high cost. So this has a cost implications. We have to compromise between putting so many restrictions while addressing the climate change issue, at the same time addressing the needs of people. You cannot talk about, for example, energy access, which in some countries is below 50%, and to put so many restrictions that will not have some of the projects that they need. So that's just transition terminology needs to be aligned with when we are talking about climate change issues. So this is in a nutshell my opinion, and we have to, many MDBs now, even Islamic Development Bank, we are issuing guidelines for this transition in line with the climate change strategies and policies. We have just transition guidelines which address these issues and taking care of least developed countries and beneficiary to tackle this topic.
So it's not one solution fits all, but you have to look into the different jurisdictions. Yes.
Yeah, just in some ways, I'm trying to answer both questions. I think, of course, it has to be a gradual process, because here it is not only changing the mindset, but also the implications of this mindset in terms of financing, the quality of financing. I think it can be done at the market level. You see there is a huge demand for this, and as he mentioned, ESG Sukuk oversubscribed. So there is a demand in the market, and in some ways this demand will drive a lot of this movement. But to make it sustainable and issues related to greenwashing, I think we really need a regulatory framework in terms of taxonomies. What do we mean by ESG standards? And I think in some ways EU has come up with a good framework of taxonomies where they have identified what constitutes environment, social standards which can be followed by companies, not only financial institutions, and how these should be reported, because reporting is where the greenwashing takes place. So regulatory framework has to be there to, in some ways, create the environment where this transition can take place.
Thank you very much.
Why finances existed for? This is the daily needs of people, actually. But one more function of the financing is also important, which is planning. I mean, we plan our lives, as we use financing. So this is the opportunity to plan the future also through our financing activities. So that's why, I mean, we need to have that intention in place, and we need to see the, facts that, we are facing every day. So as Brother Said mentioned, we have to change our minds. Mindset should be changed so that not just the banks, because banks is just, interim organizations. They take and give and take. I mean, they are in the middle. So it comes from the people. It has to come from the people's hearts, from their encouragement, so that, I mean, people, institutions and also governments should be taking the, necessary, measures. Thank you.
Thank you. As an IOFI, as an institution, it's not 20 or 25 people working in an office and then making standards. It's about your contribution. It's a multi-stakeholder organization. So whatever, when we develop our standards, we have more than about 500 people developing standards, including the working group members, including the board members, including other experts, Sharia scholars. And so it's like the multi-stakeholder approach. When someone has got the idea, then they write to us, and then we start developing the standards on it. And then we come to a quick draft of it. And then all the stakeholders come together and then develop the standards. So it's not one or two people or one or two organizations or one or two industry people doing it. All experts coming together and doing it. So similarly for the climate change as well, and what the questions you've asked, it's a multi-stakeholder approach is what we need now. So, and Islamic finance institutions and regulators and Sharia scholars is all, in one gamut, under one roof in IOFI. So it's your organization. If you have any suggestions or anything, we're more than welcome. And we have many standards coming up, including on sustainability, inshallah. If you have any inputs, we are more than welcome to give. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brother Ahmad. And I think to conclude, I believe that each and every one of us, from the regulator, the Sharia scholars, and the practitioners, everyone in this hall, I mean, we have to play our role because the threat is real, and I believe together we can all do it, inshallah, and demonstrate that Islamic finance can provide and can contribute, towards the issue of climate that we are facing nowadays. So with that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished panelists and all of you for your passionate in listening to the session. So with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Jazakumullah khairan. Now we move on. Time for session 5. Before that, a photo session. So session 5 will cover investment accounts from replicating conventional deposits to real profit and loss sharing. The main topics of this session: core principles of governance of investment accounts, the role of different areas of governance, overview of the main governance challenges and issues, the need for robust risk management framework and effective monitoring mechanisms, the importance of transparency and disclosure to maintain trust and uphold Sharia principles and rules, and lastly, the role of regulators and standard setting bodies in developing consistent management frameworks. This session will be chaired by Mr. Farouk Raza, Governance and Ethics Board member, AAOIFI, and Group CEO of IFAS UK. Please, sir, proceed to the floor. The panelists are as follows: Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Qasim, Sharia scholar and Islamic banking expert, chairman and member of the Sharia boards of several Islamic banks. He is based in United Arab Emirates. Dr. Muhammad Burhan Arbuna, EVP, Head of Sharia Compliance at Salam Bank, Bahrain, and Mr. Lilian Lul Falher, Executive Manager, Head of Treasury Capital Markets, Kuwait Finance House, Bahrain. And last but not least, Mr. Ali Sharif, Islamic Finance Expert, Bank du Liban, Lebanon. Please, sirs, proceed to the floor. I just want to remind that the session is starting now, 11:10, and it will supposed to end by 12:10. Thank you very much.
Dream. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure for me to be chairing this session on one of my beloved topics. This is one of the hottest topics, in the industry. And why I say so? Islamic finance, people have different views about it. A lot of people in the industry and in the market, they say it's the same. So a lot of people, they say it's the same as conventional. This is something that I hear so frequently from people, who are part of the industry, from the consumers, and from the competitors as well, the researchers or whoever. Now, whether Islamic finance industry is the same or not is a different debate. I don't want to enter into that debate today. We want to focus on one thing, and that is the similarity of the products, which is sometimes confusing people, thinking that the beginning of the product is the same, the end result is the same. So what's the difference between conventional and Islamic? So a deposit is a deposit, finance or a loan is the same thing, and so on. However, when it comes to investment accounts, this is something that nobody, not a single person, can argue that it's the same or it's similar to a conventional product, because this type of product simply does not exist at all in conventional. So it's investment accounts. They are very, very unique to Islamic finance industry, but they also seem to be like a problem child, right? Because a lot of people, especially the regulators, they are struggling to figure out, whether to treat this product as a deposit or as an investment. It has, features of both, and it's very difficult actually to place it, or to box it into a certain category. So today's focus is on, investment accounts, how they are different or how they are similar, what are, the specific features, and why those features, they require a different approach towards managing these accounts, these products, and also the governance of these products. It cannot be the same, in my view at least. Let's hear from, the esteemed panel that we have. So I will ask first of all, Brother Ali Sharif, to do his short presentation, and that will be to set the scene, about the regulatory view of investment account, and then we will take the discussion, inshallah, forward from there. Thank you.
The other presentation, not this one.
This is
the other one.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In our discussion, we are tackling, as our colleagues will be saying, that this is one of the main important topics in the field of Islamic finance, which is investment accounts. The controversial debate concerning investment accounts stems back to the beginning of our industry. At the beginning, we had many points of view concerning this topic. Some people were against the naming of the investment account as part of mimicking conventional finance.
But mimicking was not the most ideal term to be used, we have to admit. But at that point, at the beginning, back in the 60s and the 50s, it was the way to penetrate the market. We wanted to start penetrating this industry. As our knowledge accumulated, as our knowledge developed, as we grew more and more as experts in the field, we can say that now we reach the point of development of Islamic banking and finance, targeting the future of Islamic banking and finance, which must depend on innovation, technology, and building a solid trust in the market. The trust is based on governance. The better the governance we provide, the more the participants in the industry will trust what we are doing. Based on that, I will go to the ultimate goal that we see ahead of us nowadays, which is to reach Islamic banking and finance products that aim at economic development based on sustainability and eco-friendly, green finance. We have to admit that the challenges we are facing nowadays, based on the last 5 years of crisis that we've been facing, is how to be up to the expectations in this industry. Our expectations to be met should depend on providing necessary tools for economic development based on sustainability and green finance. How is that related to our topic, investment accounts? Investment accounts are the tools that can be used, if well managed and well treated, to provide such developed and such services that will meet this target. I will just discuss here or highlight the effort being done at AAOIFI level and the effort being done at the IFSB level. Why I'm focusing about those two main institutions? Because to us in the industry, those are the two main wings that will take us to the future. The changes we are making are based on the challenges we are facing. Changing is not a shame. This does not mean that what we used to do before was wrong. What we used to do before was exactly the suitable thing up to our level of knowledge at that time. Especially, I'm tackling the high expectations we have on our brothers as Sharia scholars. They are the main building block in our industry. They are becoming more and more experts in finance and in fiqh al-mu'amalat. That's why we depend on them in providing us with the Sharia underground or the Sharia infrastructure in order to reach our targets. What's going on now at the AAOIFI level is briefly revisiting the two standards, the FAS 27 and the FAS 21. Our target, or the target of AAOIFI, we all consider AAOIFI as our second house, so we are always proud of what we do at AAOIFI as working group members or board members. So revisiting FAS 27 and FAS 21 will lead to the emergence of 5 standards, kind of to replace those 2 previous standards. We will be dealing with the control of assets and businesses, the quasi-equity, including investment account standards, the off-balance sheet assets under management standards, the transfer of assets between investment pools standard, and the promotional gifts and prizes standards. After finishing the workshops and finalizing the Sharia review of those 5 standards, we can say that we took the standards related to investment accounts to the new level based on the emerging challenge of dealing with investment accounts from the control point of view. This is what we have now as the main path to the future if we want to reach investment accounts or take investment accounts to the second level. Based on this, we have to discuss the governance key players or mention the main governance key players when it comes to this topic. We cannot ignore the importance of the Islamic Financial Institutions Board of Directors, the Sharia Supervisory Boards, the investment account holders, the regulatory bodies, and the internal Sharia auditors. Each one of these participants or players has its designated role and importance. If they work in harmony together, we can reach the level of governance that we expect to make investment accounts in their new version trusted instruments by all the participants in our industry. In order to better understand this, we have to simplify what does Islamic governance mean and how does it differ from the typical conventional corporate governance models. We can simplify it by saying that conventional or simple formula, saying that corporate governance general stakeholders model, if added to Sharia compliance, added to additional fiduciary responsibilities, and dynamic developments will lead to Islamic governance. This will highlight the uniqueness and the importance of the Islamic governance. To me, it depends on two main factors in this formula: the Sharia compliance and the dynamic development. Development is dynamic in Islamic finance. As our life gets more and more complicated, we will be facing more and more challenges that should be dealt with changes to adapt with these challenges, based on an infrastructure laid down by the Sharia compliance so that we stay on the right path. To conclude with, the effort being done, whether with AAOIFI or IFSB, highlighted the main principles of governance for Islamic financial institutions or Islamic banking. I will highlight this fourth point in front of you, which is to manage cyber risks, climate-related financial risks, sustainable development risks. These challenges we are facing should or forces us to take into consideration governance regulations that will give trust to participants and to investment account holders when it deals with how to manage cyber risk. This is a risk we cannot avoid anymore. We have to mitigate it properly, we have to manage it properly. Climate-related financial risks is the next kind of risk we have to learn how to manage, along with sustainable development risks. All the other principles will be integrated in the new standards that will be issued by IFSB or AAOIFI as the necessary tools in order to lay down the proper infrastructure that is to manage the governance when it comes to investment accounts. My colleagues now will highlight the practical sides and the Sharia approach when it comes to this topic. Thank you very much for listening and hope we will continue with a fruitful discussion altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Ali, for a very insightful presentation and also keeping to your time. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions that I will come back later to you, but once we go through all the panelists, inshallah. So the next esteemed speaker is Sheikh Muhammad Qasim, obviously, representing the Sharia scholarly community. Again, as I said, it's investment account is a problem child for many, How do the Sharia scholars see this, from a Sharia perspective, and especially this, allegation of mimicking, how we can address this, through investment accounts? So if you could please share. You can run it from there or there, but yeah.
Okay. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. The topic is investment accounts from replicating conventional deposits to real profit and loss sharing. The first issue is whether we are replicating conventional deposits or not. This is a question, and replication means creating a copy, whether it is an exact copy or a close copy. We all agree that there is no intention on the part of the Islamic banks to copy conventional banks. But under the prevailing circumstances, there is no doubt that for a variety of reasons, the bankers try to give to the customers in the market something resembling the conventional products that they are after. So we cannot deny this fact that there are similarities, and these similarities have created a lot of question marks about Islamic banks' Islamicity. We face these challenges in different countries, and particularly where a large number of Sharia scholars are not satisfied with the present model of Islamic banking. So we should agree that we have problem areas, and that these problem areas where we find true replications or which meet the purpose of Islamic banking need to be addressed holistically. And for this, I think we have a lot of reasons, Sharia arguments. The first one is that if you mimic haram, it will lead to haram. Man tashabbaha biqawmin fahuwa minhum. Then definitely in all our endeavors and our activities, the net result is very important from Sharia point of view. I'tibar al-ma'al. What you get at the end of the day, what is the result? And then, mashallah, the speakers before me, they all spoke about the maqasid al-sharia. So i'tibar al-ma'al is very important when we decide about the Sharia compliance of a product. We all know also that there is a huge difference between what we say, what we stipulate in our agreements, and what is practiced. Legal hair splitting means nothing when it comes to practice. At the front desk, the guy who is sitting over there and talks to a customer, he is more important, I think, in many ways than a Sharia scholar sitting somewhere, or Sharia department and documentation doing something which is never read, which is never understood. The words of the front desk staff of a bank represent the true nature of Islamic banks to the customers, to the public. And unfortunately, I have heard myself people coming to me saying that the staff in the front desk, they say that there is no difference between conventional banks and Islamic banks. The staff sitting in a branch of Islamic bank. So definitely there is a perception, and there is a need to change that perception. Even if we are not wrong, even if everything is right in place, so there is something I think we have not been able, or we have not been capable of conveying the right message. So what are the reasons? We have to remove those reasons. So since we are talking about the investment products, the issues on the deposit side, as Brother Sharif said, the problem starts with how we look at the deposits, whether they are liabilities or investment accounts. So far, they are considered by a majority of the regulators as liabilities. Presently, I think AAOIFI standards, accounting standards, they identify them as quasi capital, but not as capital. So this issue has to be resolved. Investment account holders, they feel that their money is guaranteed, they will lose nothing, and if they lose, they have a right to come and claim their money back. They don't know that they have invested their amounts in businesses of the bank. They feel that there is a cash deposit in the bank and they are entitled to get it at any time. And regulators or regulations help them or help building this kind of perception. Sharia scholars have traditionally ignored accounting aspect, but now I think AAOIFI has taken the lead and we have to resolve this as a matter of fact from the accounting perspective. We all know that in Islamic banks, there is a practice of calculation and distribution of the desired rates. There is something they call it desired rates. So it means that the actual profit distribution and calculation means nothing. What is the desired rate? They want to reach the desired rate, and there is a kind of a reverse engineering. Weightages and profit sharing ratios in many places are manipulated by frequently changing them. And this is one of the basic conditions of Sharia compliant mudaraba. And in Sharia compliant mudaraba, the profit sharing ratio should be known. You cannot change it unilaterally. But unfortunately, in most of Islamic banks, it is done with a notice period of 3 days or 7 days or even 15 days. And the majority of the depositors know nothing about it. Or even if they know, they may not have any choice to change or to go to another bank. Banks get higher profit rate. High net worth customers, because of the weightage system, they get a higher rate of profit at the expense of the low net worth customers. So weightages either should be removed or they should be made logical and should not be allowed to be changed frequently or arbitrarily. There is a lack of regulatory limit on mudarib share. Mudarib, in some banks, they get whatever they want. They just say that we feel that we should be entitled to 60, 70, 80, 90% of profit. Now that gives a lot of leverage to the bank. Combined with hiba, general hiba, and in certain cases in money banks, there are tier specific hiba. So you give the perfect tool in the hands of the bankers to commit a rate and to fix the rate of profit. So this is a practice that we should stop or phase out gradually. The rate commitment, with all these tools and leverages, we have given the bankers the perfect tool to fix rate, and when they fix rate, that is riba. It is not hiba, it is riba. And al-ma'hudu kal-mashroot, and I have seen particularly recently when the interest rates skyrocketed in certain jurisdictions, the quoted rate was higher than the actual profit generated by the pool. So if there is a quoted rate of wakala, for example, say 7, the actual generated profit, because the repricing comes at a later stage, it takes from 6 to 1 month for the bank to catch. Bankers know, the regulators. So if you have a rate, a quoted rate, and the customer has the right to come and claim that, it means that you are paying from your pocket, not even from the incentive. So you have committed a rate, and that rate is, in my view, riba. Particularly when the customer has the right, feels entitled to that rate, and has the right and comes and takes that money from you. And this is, I think, now the practice. In all wakala, with the combination of incentives to the wakil as good performance incentive and also the right of giving hiba, rate fixing. Throughout, you find that people get the quoted rate. And even in many cases, they have thrown out of the window the profit calculation module and policy and etc., because they never give more than the quoted rate and never give less than that. So we are, as a matter of fact, instead of creating more distance, running away from the conventional model, we are closing the gap and getting closer and closer. And I think once you blur the lines, you fall in the pit, and that is the conventional model. So what is the way forward? We must emphasize that there must be real profit distribution with a full paradigm shift in Islamic banking, and that comes only when there is a holistic view and effort for change of the entire paradigm. If you run Islamic banking parallel with conventional banks, this problem will never go away. So in jurisdictions where Islamic banking is the only choice or is the dominant choice, I think we can start from there. We should also start putting all these funds off the balance sheet, whether it is the common mudaraba pool, wakala pool, or whatever. The deposits investment accounts should be off the balance sheet, not on the balance sheet. These are not assets of the bank. These are assets under the management of the bank. So we as Islamic bankers, we should depict the real picture. We should not say something which is not correct. When an Islamic bank says, these are my assets, I think it is not a correct statement. We must put limits on the leverages of the bank that lead to rate fixing and paltry profit payouts, especially to low net worth customers. We need a lot of how we can get there. Islamic banks should focus on Sharia training of their staff, particularly the front-end staff, limit the discretionary powers of pool managers that allow them to manipulate the weightages, enhance Sharia compliance environment and Sharia audit. Central banks or regulators, they should work on these standards, on asking Islamic banks to run these funds as off-balance sheet funds. They should increase awareness of the masses. They should increase checks on Islamic banks. Customers, they should also embrace Islamic banking if they really want Islamic banking. They should be ready to incur any loss. They should get higher profit. There must be a marked difference between Islamic banks and conventional banks. They should not go and shop for banks, and they have in their list a number of conventional banks and Islamic banks, and they will just choose the bank of their choice, which gives them more services and more money. No, it should be Islamic banks, something halal, Sharia compliant, and conventional banks, something off the table. Jazakumullah khaira. Thank you very much. I hope I have not crossed the time.
Thank you, Dr. Kasim. The next, I would request Sheikh Muhammad Arbuna, who is a very active Sharia scholar, sitting on many Sharia boards. And I'm sure, Ya Sheikh, that you will be experiencing, these challenges on a daily basis, where, there are, these situations where, a hiba has to be given or not to be given, or, the profit calculation, is it accurate? Is it in accordance with the, the AAOIFI principles and rules? Is it according to, the standards? Is it according, to the accounting standards, and so on and so forth? So please enlighten us, out of your experience, how do you see this issue of investment accounts? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to sit here and talk, but I find myself that I have to stand on the podium.
Please,
thank you.
Please.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Actually, I have to respect my scholar, my teacher, Dr. Muhammad Qasim. When he sits to speak, I have to stand. That's why I have to be here. Actually, I will take another direction, different direction from his presentation. And before I do that, I would like to thank AAOIFI and also ISDB for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this topic. Of course, as the presenter said, this topic, we have been on the field for about 20 years. Almost every quarter, we have to review the financial statement before it goes to the public. This is the central bank's requirement for Sharia compliance. But before I do that, I have found that the topic that we are asked to talk about, which is profit sharing contracts, moving from replicating conventional banks, that this topic is very dangerous in terms of the topic itself. And we have been hearing this to depart from replicating conventional deposit taking to profit and loss sharing mechanism. When one ponders on this statement, it appears that the outcome of the claim or appeal is that Islamic banking deposit are copy-paste of the conventional bank's deposit mechanism. And we certainly know that conventional deposits are classified by AAOIFI standard and economists at large as loans. So when you said we have to depart from conventional deposit to profit, it means you are saying the current status of the Islamic banks, they are doing loan-based transactions. So you are calling them to depart from that. And this is giving a very dangerous implication, which means you are telling the public, look, your Islamic banks, actually they are not Islamic banks, so you can deal with conventional banks because they are the same as conventional banks. This is the implication of this statement. Therefore, we have to be very careful on this kind of statement when we are doing it. Actually, the fact that we have a certain product and we have to put certain parameters to make it Sharia compliance, that does not mean that we are replicating. When the Prophet, may peace be upon him, came to Medina, he saw that Salam was in practice. The Salam was in practice. He didn't change Salam. He didn't say, oh, you have to change Salam, do it this, or throw it away. He just put certain principles to the contract of Salam, and it goes. And this is what all our scholars are talking about. When you come to a public and you find that people are doing something, you have to make sure that you try your best to accommodate what they are doing. We cannot invent the wheel. We cannot say, okay, we have to push all these conventional transactions and other things and bring new ones. But we can put certain conditions and go forward. This is introduction. But for me, from a topic point of view, I don't see an issue of profit sharing mechanism. My issue is how to make these investment accounts resilient, sustainable for both the account holders and the bank. This is the very important topic. It's not whether I have to, okay, we move from conventional to profit sharing, and so what? I give you profit, 10 BD or 100 BD and so on. This is not the issue. The issue is how far I can make these accounts sustainable, resilient, very attractive to the account holders. So I put some issues. For the past so many years, we used to believe, and if you look at it, when it comes to zakat, if you ask anybody, do zakat on your accounts, savings account and so on, the people will say, okay, that's zakat, you have to put all your money that is in the account as part of your zakat calculation, which is not the case. If you look at accounts, investment accounts, you can see that they are shareholding in the company, they're in the bank. It's a shareholding. We tend to believe that it's like a cash. So if it is a cash, I have to get my cash back plus something. These are not cash. Once they go into the bank, they become asset. So asset, as per all the scholars, that you can trade them. So this is what we are talking, trading of investment accounts, how we have to do that. So when it comes to hiba, incentive, or withdrawals, what the banks are saying, okay, if you give me the money for the investment, whether it's wakala or it's mudaraba, and you come in at any time, you want your money back. In order to give your money back, I have to go and find liquidity. And then give you the liquidity, and then you go out. That liquidity, I don't have it, but I can make it from my pocket. So what the banks are doing, actually they are not paying you money, cash to cash. What they are doing is that they are purchasing your ownership from the account and then giving you whatever. And this is actually exactly what the AAOIFI standard says. AAOIFI standard did not regard accounts as cash. In standard number 40, distribution of profit in mudaraba-based investment account, it is permissible for the account holder to exit from the mudaraba with all his funds or part of them. Such exit represent the desire of the account holder to redeem his share in the mudaraba asset of the account holder without withdrawing the total amount. And at the end of the clause, it says this is depend on supply and demand. It's a supply and demand. So what the bank is saying, when you want to break, I will give you 100 minus 20. So 80 is my purchasing price. 80 is my purchasing price. Or even I found out that some scholars are even going further. Fiqh is going further to say, if the accounts, if you stop your account, you can negotiate at what price, at any price that you want to sell. At that time, the bank can decide to pay the account holder its money plus a profit, because it's buying the goods, it's buying the asset of the client. In order to make this trading possible, we need to create market makers. The problem with breaking charges, hiba, and other things is the bank is taking the advantage. So in order to make sure that the bank is not taking advantage, you have to get a third party. A third party that is there still can purchase that and then and can purchase the account holder's business, and then he goes out without having to lose some money. And then I brought in some issues that I consider it, if you put it in a place, the mudaraba and investment account holders are more resilient than credit or murabaha. The scholars have put certain parameters around this contract to the extent that the capital, the mudarib cannot play with the money of the account holders. One example to end is, for a long period of time, we have believed that the mudarib is not responsible if the accounts make losses. It's not responsible. The capital provider has to provide an evidence that he has done something wrong. But as scholars going on, they are seeing this is not resilient, it's not sustainable, it's not making investment accounts sustainable. And recently, alhamdulillah, International Fiqh Academy issued a resolution that the owners of proof that I will make losses and that losses beyond my control is on the bank. The bank has, otherwise the bank should guarantee the payment of the capital. And now this is what is going on. AAOIFI standard also in many places in irrigation, in Kedah, it brought a mechanism to make sure that the mudarib, which is the bank, is not playing with the money of the account holders. And it says what? It says you have expenses. Sometimes the bank can play and say, okay, all these expenses is against mudaraba portfolio. The AAOIFI standard in irrigation standard and other standard says you can agree that all the expenses that has to be charged for this business, for us, for the mudaraba pool, it will not go beyond certain threshold. If it goes beyond certain threshold, then you, the bank, you will be responsible for that. In the irrigation standard, it says even you can agree that all the expenses on the mudaraba pool should be borne by the bank, This is one thing. The second thing that we are not looking into, mudaraba is not only deposit taking, it's also investment to finance other people. I'm trying to, now, when it comes to profit distribution, profit distribution, you see weightages, what the banks are doing in their weightages, what we require as Sharia scholars and all the Sharia scholars is that the weightage should be brought before the Sharia board in the beginning. From the beginning, from each change of the weightage, the principle is that you have to have approval of the Sharia board that this is the weightages I'm going to use. Now, if you are violating that weightages, it's not the problem of the Sharia board or anything, it's the problem of regulatory issue. It's a regulatory issue. Regulators should put in place, or it's an audit issue. And then I end up with saying that for me, in order to make accounts resilient, I'm seeing that for the accounts, the Islamic bank should show that this money is going into developing SMEs. So we judge the performance of the bank by how many small and medium corporates they are able to bring to the next level. The performance of the bank, the central bank can put, okay, I want to see you got the money of these people. Some of the money is free of charge, like current accounts are free of charge. Savings account, the reason sometimes the banks are giving small portion of profit is because of the regulatory requirements. They are saying, okay, regulators are saying, okay, I should not invest 100% of this money. I should put some liquidity. But when I'm giving the profit, I have to give profit on the 100. If I take 100, 90 is the investor, 10 will go for liquidity, but my profit distribution will be on the 100. This is one thing. The second thing is that the regulator is saying any toxic asset, any bad asset, you, the bank, you are going to be responsible for it. If you are talking about mudarba, Sheikh Qasim says the customers are willing to take this risk, then it's fine. But the central banks, because they have to manage the economy, they don't want people to come and start crying that, okay, this our money is getting lost. We have to put mudaraba into banking perspective. We have to put these investment accounts into banking. Central bank is saying, okay, this you cannot. You have to take the risk. So the bank is saying, I'm taking all this risk. That's why I have to give some small profit. But if he's willing to share, and he will lose all his capital, then there is no problem. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Arbuna. Jazakallah khair. Very insightful indeed. Now, I think we have two slightly, different, views. Let's go to someone who will probably be able to resolve the riddle for us. Someone, who is, in the kitchen all the time and is a very, very seasoned Islamic banker. So my friend and brother Lilian, please. So tell us what happens actually behind the scenes. I'm not putting any spotlight on your bank, but generally speaking on the industry.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the dirty kitchen, actually. I think first, I'm very, before saying what I think and what's going on in the kitchen, as you said, I really want to thank Sheikh Mohammed Qasim for his presentation. I've been through, 10, 15, 20, 30, whatever, panels discussing this kind of issue, so-called controversial issues, being the tawarruk, being the investment account, being are we replicating or not, mimicking, whatever. And I think it's the first time I see someone having the courage to say what's going on today in our industry. So really thank you very much, Barakallahu Fiqh. Because we're not going to try to blame people or to try to find who is responsible for it. I think we are probably collectively responsible of what's going on. And what has been described in the first presentation of Sheikh Mohammed is exactly what's going on today. Today, we are, and I think to start with, actually, the headlines that Sheikh Arbuna took some time to dispute or to disagree with, is, I think, a symptom of what our industry is. If the AAOIFI, which is one of the main pillar of our industry, is putting this sentence a bit provoking, it probably means something. It probably means that there is an issue. Today, stating that from replication to real profit sharing implies that we are replicating today what commercial banks are doing, and that we would like to move to something else. And I think the second part of the statement might be wrong, is that I agree with the first part. We are replicating, and I will come back why we are replicating what's going on with conventional bank, but I don't think we are really willing to do the second part of it, which is going to real profit sharing. Because we are talking about two different animals here. The main issue, I think, to start with, is that I don't think we should call any bank, Islamic bank, a bank. If we really follow what should be our principle and what should be the DNA of Islamic banking, which is profit sharing, we should be called funduk rather than a masraf. We should be called really a fund, an investment fund, and sharing the profit with our customer. Now, the question is, when you look at the DNA of Islamic finance, any book, we had a couple of books that have been presented this morning, any book, any AAOIFI standard is insisting on the importance of profit sharing. The AAOIFI standard number 30 on tawarruk, for example, clearly states that tawarruk should not be used unless in case of an emergency, and that banks should go after, I don't know the exact wording, but should go after investment accounts. But the reality today is that if we want to be mainstream banks, if we want to compete with our conventional bank competitors, we have to be able to offer the same type of product. And quite often we're using the concept of darura, the concept of necessity, to justify ourselves or to give us good conscience of doing products who are very close to what a customer find in conventional banks. You name it, credit cards, overdraft for corporate banks, and we'll always hear internally discussion, debate. Sometimes people will be against it, but at the end we will approve these products because we'll say, okay, we have to. And really, I think I don't want to enter into details and technical aspect of the presentation of Dr. Arbuna, who mashallah went through the details on how we use the hibba and all this, but at the end of the day, it is true, we do have as bankers, as you say, Sheikh Mohammed, we do have the tools to manipulate is a bad word, I mean, put some kind of negative, but at least to adjust, let's put it this way, try to be more neutral. we have the way to adjust the profit. Diplomatic, yeah. I'm French, so it's difficult to be diplomatic, but I'll try to. And to be diplomatic means, I mean, we really have to question ourselves collectively. In this room, and I would probably not speak like this if it was an audience, a different audience, but in this room we are all bankers, Islamic bankers, and I'm pretty sure that most of you, 90% of you, if we have a one-to-one discussion, you will probably agree with the presentation of Sheikh Mohammed, at least in some parts and majority of it. But I think collectively we are a bit afraid, and for one simple reason, I go back to the main point, it's all about customer centricity and all about what we want for our industry. Do we want our industry to be mainstream and compete with all banks? And in this case, we'll have to continue to mimic and to replicate. Or do we want the Islamic banking to be a niche market, sticking to the Sharia principle, despite whatever the customer wants? Because at the end of the day, I don't think I mean, I'm biased obviously saying that, but I don't think we should blame the bankers. The bankers don't come in the morning and say, you know what, I want to do Tawarruk today, the whole day, because that's what I want to do. And I want to blame the Sharia scholars either. I think it's collectively, I think our subconscious is telling us that if we stick to our principle, we'd probably be, I don't know, 5% of the market share, or 2% or 1% in some country. Because the reality is that the society itself is not ready to accept the principle of the Sharia in Islamic, in finance. That's the reality of it. And even some people, and I probably put myself including, if you start telling them you're going to lose 10% of your profit because, you know, we did some investment, we lost 10%, here's your 90 dinars instead of 100 dinars, they will not accept it. And the reality is that 90% of our customers, I don't have any number, 80, 90, 95, 70, whatever, but the vast majority of our customers are agnostic, being Muslim or not, and they do not care much about the Islamic banking principle, but they look at you and compare you with other conventional banks. And the vast majority of our customers, when it comes to deposits, which is the topic today, will compare your rate with the rate of a conventional bank. The conventional bank will go as per the interest rates, which are skyrocketing nowadays. And as an Islamic bank, you have just, the alternative for you is either you follow these rates and you use the tools that Sheikh Mohammed described, the HIBA and trying to profit equalization, reserve, whatever. You use this tool to match, otherwise your customer will go to the Ribawi bank because he's just looking for a return and a rate. Similarly, on the asset side, it's not the topic of today. So I think really to conclude, I just want to say again, it's a collective question we have to ask ourselves. Is it customer first? Customer centricity is a big theme nowadays by all regulators. They want us to be customer centric. If we are customer centric, we have to admit that, again, the vast majority of our customers are looking for capital protection and stable return, which are in contradiction with what an investment account should be. I remember in 2006 or 7, KFH, Kuwait actually, our head office, paying 7% on an investment account, and that's the only example I have in mind of a real investment account. They pay 7% when the Bible at the time was 4% or whatever it was, but much more because they truly share the profit of the bank on that year. It was a 1-year account, and you are completely blind. There was no even a target rate being given. It was just paid at the end of the year as a percentage of the profit of the bank. And when it comes to this investment account, is either we go and we really call that investment account, but today the reality is that they are treated on the liability side. They are treated as part of the deposit, and the regulator is looking at it for the vast majority of them as an on-balance sheet deposit for the Islamic banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilia. Very interesting and very, highly appreciated, for your transparency and for the honesty. I think the problem is pretty clear. It's, a collective responsibility of everyone from the industry, whether it's the regulators, whether it's the practitioners, whether it's the Sharia scholars. And, when we put the responsibility, we usually name, these 3 stakeholders. We actually ignore the 4th stakeholder, who is probably the most important, and that is actually the consumer, the customer himself or herself. And unfortunately, it has been mentioned many times this morning that people are not prepared. And why they're not prepared, I think that begs a different debate altogether. I would have loved actually to continue for maybe the rest of the day at least, but I have been informed by the organizers that we have to end the session. However, I would give the opportunity to the audience for asking just one question quickly. Okay, many hands. Okay, two questions and two veterans of the industry. So please, Professor Kabir. We'll keep it short. We really need to close it. Thank you.
Well, this argument that you have made, they have been made, for the last 10 years, the same thing. The question is, of course, we know we want to do Islamic finance. So you have taken a model in the Islamic banking, similar to conventional. Why do you expect that to be different? So given this, either we discard that model, start something new, or non-banking financial, that's a better way. I'm a little bit surprised. The Sharia scholars are fighting and trying to make this, this model Islamic banking more Sharia compliant, profit sharing. It is not possible. It's conceptually not possible. So why the Sharia scholars are not raising voice against this model itself? That generates all the problem. I just want to know. It puzzles me. It puzzles me too, because you cannot do, because first of all, in dual banking system, and you have taken a conventional fractional reserve banking model to do Islamic finance. It is not possible from the conceptual standpoint. But why the Sharia scholars are not raising that voice against this model itself? Sorry.
Well, I guess it was you look at me, so I guess the question is only it was a rhetorical question rather than a true question. The why, I don't know the why. I think it goes back again to the same, what I mentioned is it's being a niche market versus being mainstream. If you want to be mainstream today, I certainly believe deeply that the society, the vast majority of the society, is not ready to accept a profit-sharing, pure Sharia-compliant model. We are debt-based. From grade 1, you learn how to compound interest. I think our brains have been brainwashed, and we are, as you said, if you want to do pure financial intermediary, debt-based, and you want to be competing with a conventional bank, you will have to adapt yourself to replicate, to mimic whatever word you want to use. And if you, on the contrary, if you want to be on a pure profit-sharing model, which I've been hearing for the last 25, 30 years, then you put yourself on a very niche market.
Thank you.
I'm not a Sharia
sorry, Professor Kabir. Professor Kabir, sorry. We have to close this. So I'll just add one sentence here. I think the answer to your question, probably Professor Kabir, were actually embedded in Brother Ali's presentation, where he said in his opening statement that we started from somewhere. This is a journey. The problem is that we have become stagnant. We have made our journey our destination. We have to continue, and this is where probably we will end up actually eventually one day, inshallah. I'm not sure whether I will be around or not at that time, but we will have to shape the industry in accordance with its spirit. The problem I see as a practitioner, and alhamdulillah I've had a lot of exposure across the industry, is that the reality is that we as an industry, we are afraid. We are afraid of coming out clearly and strongly saying it is different. And as Brother Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General of AAOIFI, says that if it is not different, then it is not Islamic finance. I think this is a very key point, right? I'll give you the example of 15 years ago, nobody in the world knew anything about crowdfunding. There were no regulations, there was nothing. When I first time heard crowdfunding, everybody was laughing at it. What is this nonsense? It's never going to work. Today, in less than 15 years, almost every country in the world has regulations, about crowdfunding, and it's working. The second example I give you is the crypto, right? 10 years ago, nobody knew anything about crypto. It suddenly came, and now, okay, not a lot of countries, jurisdictions have done the regulations yet, but everybody is talking about it. And the reason is that none of them, both of them, the crowdfunding and crypto, they have never claimed that we are the same or we are almost similar. No, they came out clear from the very beginning, we are different. And because they have shown their difference, they have brought the value out, The regulators, the market have taken them seriously. The regulators have put the effort, to bring out the regulation that is adequate for them, that is helping them, supporting them to grow. And we see the results.
Mr. Chairman.
Similarly with crypto, and now, we for the last 30, 40 years, we have been trying to, play around diplomatically, as, Sheikh Qasim said, we are similar, same, almost, this, not very far, blah, blah, blah. And as a result, we are still.
We are running out of
I
time.
think
We have to stop the moderator.
We are running out of time. Sorry for,
Thank you.
for that. Thank you very much indeed.
question there.
Thank you very much. And please, before
We'll take the questions offline.
please,
I think
please
the panel
proceed.
will be
Have
happy.
it. Yes.
Thank you.
And before we have the 10-minute break, please have the photo session. Before we have the 10-minute break, please join us in celebrating two of the MOUs agreements which we earlier today signed with two of our stakeholders. For that, let me invite to the floor His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI Board of Trustees. And we'll be starting with one of our partners, one of the key stakeholders for AAOIFI, Islamic. For that, I have the pleasure of inviting to the floor Mr. Salim, Yusuf Salim Al-Rawahi. Along with Mr. Salim Al-Rawahi, we will have, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Muhammad Tahir Al Ibrahim, Dr. Abdul Rauf Tobi, Dr. Musa Al-Azri, Dr. Musta'in Abdul Hamid, and Azhar Hamid. Please grace us on the stage and join us in celebrating these two, and one of the two MOUs that we have already signed earlier today. So His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI Board of Trustees, will be handing over the agreement that have been signed earlier today to the management of Ahli Islamic Oman, represented by Yusuf Salim Al-Rawahi. Thank you very much, and we look forward for an all-beneficial partnership between AAOIFI and all stakeholders, such as Ahli Islamic and other stakeholders that have entered into such MOUs and agreements earlier today in the morning. Second, I have also the pleasure please join us in this, just 2 minutes before we conclude, please. It's just 2 minutes, and then we will have the break. I would also have the pleasure of inviting to the floor Mr. Salim Al-Mahrabi, Chief Financial Officer, Nizwa Bank, or Bank Nizwa. Thank you very much, and we look forward for all beneficial partnerships between AAOIFI and the broader industry represented by the stakeholders that have attended this special ceremony. Thank you very much. We are breaking for 10 minutes and we'll be resuming the sessions today after 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll come back. So we have 2 sessions left. We have session 6 and 7. But we will have also the break for lunch. Please be here after 10 minutes. So we are breaking for lunch at 1:20 sharp. Thank you very much. اي نسوي جلسه بعدها بريك ونكمل الجلسه الاخيره. واحدة وربع الجلسة تقريبا. والله ما قصرت الله شاء الله حضور زين. الحمد لله. I hand over to you. So what is this now? Keep this with you.
Speakers for this session. Remember, the session is on Sukuk. The main theme of the session is Sukuk, Sharia compliance and governance challenges and finding workable solutions. Please note that this session is extremely important because Sukuk has been in discussion since yesterday as one of those areas or products or projects of Islamic finance that can not only deliver to economic diversity, play its role in fintech, in climate finance, green Sukuk and whatnot, but has its own identity in the development of Islamic finance. And AAOIFI is and has been doing a lot of work to support and promote the standard setting with regards to this beautiful product of Islamic finance. So without further ado, may I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Lamido Yogada. Mr. Lamido Yogada, he is going to be our esteemed chairman of this session, ladies and gentlemen. He's the Director General of the Security and Exchange Commission, Nigeria. Mr. Lamido Yogada, we are waiting for you on the stage. While he makes his way on the stage, may I have the pleasure to invite the very honorable expert panelists, our dear Dr. Waleed Hijazi. Dr. Waleed Hijazi, please grace us on this stage. Dr. Waleed Hijazi is a managing partner and co-founder of Hijazi and Partners in Egypt and a prominent contributor for AAOIFI as well. Dr. Waleed Hijazi. Assalamu alaikum. Good to see you. Might I have the pleasure to now invite dear brother Muhammad Nazir Mia. Muhammad Nazir Mia, he is the head of internal Sharia control Dubai Islamic Bank, UAE. Brother Muhammad Nazir, please join us on the stage. Good to see you, brother. Mr. Saif Shauki. Saif Shauki. Brother Saif, welcome to you on the stage, looking forward. Brother Saif is the Associate Director, Islamic Finance, Fitch Ratings, the United Arab Emirates. Our dear own, the CEO and Secretary to the Board, International Islamic Financial Market Bahrain, the esteemed Mr. Ijlal Ahmed Alwi. Mr. Ijlal Ahmed Alwi, the CEO and Secretary to the Board, International Islamic Financial Markets, IIFM, Kingdom of Bahrain. Gentlemen, pleasure having you on the stage. The chairman, again, I want to announce the chairman, Lamido Yogada. Mr. Lamido Yogada, the stage awaits your presence. Mr. Lamido Yogada. Mr. Lamido Yogada, are you around? Mr. Lamido Yogada calling out. Mr. Lamido Yogada. In his absence, ladies and gentlemen, I will perform the services of chairing the session, inshallah ta'ala. Once he's here anytime, then he can, of course. Oh, there he is. Mr. Lamido Yogada. A needle in the haystack, Mr. Lamido Yogada. Thank you very much for being in the conference, for gracing this with your presence, and now chairing this session. The stage is set. Our esteemed panelists are here. The session chair is here. And off you go. All the best. Please stick to the timing of the session because after this is the most anticipated item, the lunch.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So we have this panel number 6, and our task is to discuss Sukuk Sharia compliance and governance challenges and finding workable solutions. we are going to look at the sukuk in terms of the market, in terms of the structure, of the instruments, in terms of some of the key challenges that have actually, presented, over the years, and what the standard setters have done, and what the practitioners also, have actually done in the market. We are going to look at the role of the rating agencies in rating sukuk and the impact of sukuk ratings on the development of the sukuk market. I have a very distinguished panel to really do justice to this topic. I have Dr. Walid Higazi. He's the managing partner and co-founder of Higazi and Partners in Egypt. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Muhammad Nazir Mian, who is the head of internal Sharia control at Dubai Islamic Bank in the UAE.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. We have Mr. Saif Shauki, Associate Director of Islamic Finance at Fitch Ratings. You're welcome, sir. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Ijlal Ahmed Alvi, Chief Executive Officer and Secretary to the Board of the International Islamic Financial Market in Manama, Bahrain. You're all welcome to this panel. So I think we have, I will start from Mr. Alvi, who has a presentation to make. So we'll keep to 7-8 minutes for our presentation so that we can also delve into a lot of the questions that we have and which I expect the audience will have. So please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Indeed, it is a pleasure and honor to be here, and I'm thankful to AAOIFI for inviting me in IFM. What I will try to do is, one of the things to cover is looking at the global sukuk market, how it has evolved over the last 20 plus years now, and what are sort of the things we have seen, and what kind of structures have been used, and who are the key drivers. And I will also try, although time is limited, to see what could be, certain challenges what we have seen over this course of this period. And if you sort of see the sukuk market, and we do this sukuk report for the last 12 years, so my slides are from that, but I will sort of mention few things which some of you may not have heard this before, but to see how the market has evolved in 2022. If you look at the sukuk overall, its contribution to the Islamic industry in terms of its value, and if you see IFSB Stability Report 2022, sukuk forms about 25% of the Islamic industry size, which as per IFSB in 22 was 3.25 trillion. I know now it's been updated, so it may have gone to 4 billion or 4 trillion, but that's the figure we used, and then we used our outstanding sukuk, which I will briefly mention. And if you see how sukuk market has evolved, of course we covered 2001, most of the sukuk have matured. So whatever is left is we just started, instead of giving you right from 2001, 2010. And if you see 2010, it includes, of course, if there is any outstanding for 2009 sukuk or from 2008 sukuk, it is part of that. And you can see the market as a whole, we have sort of seen the financial crisis. And at that time, we have seen, the legal issues, how sukuks are being structured. And there was a talk about, equity-based or debt-based. That's something, if you see, it depends on the sukuk structure, which I will mention. And you see, in 2015, there's a drop, but it's not a red line. The reason is that this one is a strategic adjustment for the short-term sukuk. Previously, especially for Malaysia, the short-term sukuk were for not only liquidity management, but for investment. But then they decided to make the short-term sukuk more for the liquidity management. So they took out that short-term sukuk. So you see a drop. Naturally, they were big volume. And then you see overall, the market sort of, over the period, since then, it's not nearly 8 years, has improved. And you can see overall, the market, despite, we are linked to the global economies, we have global benchmark rates, which in some cases we have to use. In some cases, you use your domestic sukuk issuances, your domestic rates also. So those are the things, but overall, we can say that market has been, sukuk as a whole has been resilient. We have, of course, I don't have time, but we have about, which countries issued what and all details in our report. But you can see about 27 to 30 countries has now been issuing sukuk. We have seen also Egypt has joined also a few years ago. And there are other African countries, Nigeria also joined, and other African countries as well. And beside the Far East and many other countries which are there, which you can see. So overall, we had about 183 billion. And you can see overall sukuk being issued is about 1.8 trillion, but some of them have matured, and I will mention about the outstanding size, what is based on our data, which is authenticated by many regulators, which we are thankful. This is what you can see in terms of the long term and short term. Of course, short term, we look at it more from the point of view, from liquidity management point of view generally. And here you will see the figure in short-term sukuk issuances is now driven by domestic issuances. You have, ILM, which is issue short-term sukuk. In the dollar or euro, in some other currencies they're looking into. So that overall had an increase of 15, but if you see overall the long-term sukuk, there was a drop. But this is how the economy is, how inflationary environment we have seen has affected. So it's not something which, there was any major issue in terms of the sukuk itself. But these things, if we are, in some ways interlinked with global economies, these things are, part of, our sukuk market. This is looking at your international sukuk, and these are defined in the hard currencies or more tradable sukuks. And obviously, one reason could be that there is a drop you can see in 2022, could be the benchmark. We have a major inflationary environment. And that's one of the main reasons. Maybe some issuers have decided to delay there. We have from banks also, they can also mention that. So this is something which on the international sukuk. If you look at it in terms of international sukuk versus long-term and short-term, you can see this 13-14 billion is from ILM in dollar. The rest is your domestic, about 22 billion. Domestic are basically the main sort of a driver, if I may say. Although international sukuks are always, in limelight, and we always see international sukuks major headlines. But then you have various domestic markets which are now coming. And as I mentioned earlier, from the Africa region also we have seen, we have, North Africa as well, we have Far East, we have, Bangladesh, we have Pakistan, other countries which are basically taking up, sukuk as one of the main instruments. And that's where you can see that still in domestic market, sukuk continue to, issuances have increased. Then you can see, like I mentioned earlier, in 2015 there was a drop because of the short-term sukuk. change of strategy, which sometime you have to keep in mind. In certain jurisdiction, they may decide certain things, which is better for that particular market, is better for the industry. We can see, and you can see how short-term sukuk since then has progressed. It is back to about $49 billion, and you have about $98 billion of long-term sukuk issuances in domestic currencies. We always, I remember 10, 12 years ago, at financial crisis time, we used to say that domestic sovereigns have to take a higher role in this issue. They have to drive, the industry. Generally, we have seen the regulatory role or the sovereign is very, very critical for Islamic industry. And since then, we have seen that there is sort of a continuous issuances from number of sovereigns. In fact, one of the things which you'll see is the sovereigns has always been the major issuers, what we have seen. And last year is the case, as you can see. Quasi-sovereign, and there I think you have to keep in mind in the financial crisis, especially we learned one thing, and the transparency is highly important. And from our standard setting point of view, I think that's one of the key elements that you need to create transparency. What are you doing? What are the basis of issuance, whether Sharia or other aspects or legal aspects? And we have seen in some cases, there could be implicit guarantee by the sovereign, or it could be explicit. And that case was highlighted, and I think generally now maybe you can see in the documentation that it is covered that if it is not an implicit government guarantee, then it is basically government is not really a sovereign. So that's something when it comes to quasi-sovereign you can keep in mind. And we have seen quasi-sovereign could be issuing in terms of power projects and other projects. We have seen some, from Saudi also we have seen other countries which are issuing quasi-sovereign. They continue to issue. Of course, last year was not, in terms of their slight drop. And that's again one of the, I think, potential area for us to basically as an industry that can further improve the issuance of quasi-sovereign. I think this is one of the main sort of area which is a potential and which is still, I think, is the challenges, maybe lack of asset availability, maybe other factors. Apart from a deep market in Malaysia, there is basically from the corporate sector less issuances. We have seen some issuances now, some other countries. GCC, of course, also issues in some cases. But I think this is a greater really area for us to look at this, and that's the challenge. And if you see in terms of certain countries, like for example, Indonesia, they have looked at from retail side of also. And that is where there has been sort of some smaller, we have seen based on crowdfunding platform. They have issued a very small size sukuk or short-term sukuk, which is an interesting development if you see from that corporate segment or that SME which we look for. And I think these are the good examples for us to basically take it further. We have seen good use. I've seen like only $25,000 of SME issuing a short-term sukuk from Indonesia. So I think these are something which are for us to take it forward and to further develop the industry. Then we have FIs very quickly. I'm sure quite a few are from the banks. And generally we have seen from GCC and also Malaysia and some other countries issuance of Tier 1 sukuk based on Mudarba. And we know those are now Mudarba, there is no undertaking. So these are issues which are issued by number of banks for their capital adequacy requirements purposes. There could be Tier 2 also, which could be issued. But Tier 1 is the Mudarba perpetual. There is no put option. If you want to learn what put, and I'm sure you all know. So there is no put option, but there is a call option generally there for these perpetual. And naturally, I think one reason could be the drop. And this is another potential area for us to see. The drop could be the benchmark rates. And if they are issuing international sukuk, we have seen number of issuances from Saudi or UAE and other countries, which could be dollar-based sukuks. Generally, that could be one of the reasons. The requirement may have changed. They may issue now in 2023. So these are the adjustments which we have to, because of the interlinkages, we have to be aware of, and how markets basically behave. I'm sure there's something on the rating side my brother would like to also cover for the tier 1, but that's something, it's something to see if you have to, inshallah. These are very quickly, we have the structures. I don't want to really go too much details. This you can see how structure-wise sukuk are being issued. And we looked at it, from the point of view, I will mention about the asset-based and asset-backed. But inshallah that question can be maybe answered. But if you look at it, sukuk, they are basically, of course, underlying requirement is always there. You have AOIFI tangibility ratios to be also addressed and these kind of elements. But you can see in the short-term market issuances, the role of murahaba could be greater. Ijara has been from the beginning is one of the key sort of structure which has been used, and is around 19% last year. You can see, combination or hybrid sukuk. For our report, when we sort of do this distinction, we spend a lot of time, and you can see we have mentioned some places only wakala. We have some places mentioned murabaha structure, which is in Saudi, and we have mentioned only hybrid. It could be hybrid, could be in 3 contracts, although the contracts are separate contracts. So that is something one has to make a note. That's why we have, wherever possible, to provide that distinction. This is your international sukuk, and you can clearly see the international sukuk reliance on ijara is there, still 19, but you can see the wakala sukuk. And that could be one of the reason, could be, of course, the tangibility ratios is there, but, the wakala could have other contract like ijara, could be, with mudarba contract, could be possible. And these are sort of a more sort of, which I really don't call it, but asset light requirements in some cases, could be the reason why we have, these sort of wakala, which takes a larger share of the sukuk issuances. These are your domestic sukuk issuances. And here you can see clearly the murahaba 29%. It could be what we have seen, the reason is that your murahaba sukuk is for liquidity management. And we know generally, mashallah, mashaykhs are all here, but murahaba, you are generally widely acceptable, it's not tradable. So it's generally could be, kept for liquidity purposes. Or you can have sort of a wakala which give you flexibility in terms of the trading. So this is something which you can clearly see. Domestic level, certain structures are greater in use because how the domestic market they operate, how the regulators sort of, develop that market, which is how the marketplace itself have worked on it with the scholars. This I'm reaching sort of a slide of total issuances of about nearly 800 billion outstanding sukuk. Which are as of 2022, to be precise 794 billion. And then share of international, as I mentioned, is 611 total issuances of outstanding for domestic market. So that has the larger share, as you can see, as compared to the international outstanding or share of 182 billion. So this is something which we have seen the sukuk market overall, how sort of, it has progressed over the period and how it has developed. I will just, if a few minutes, I will just mention, of course, I mentioned about the size of sukuk. We have seen sukuk issuances of green sukuk issuances, which are around 30 billion now. If my sort of mathematics is correct, or around 35 billion as of now of green sukuk issuances or sustainable sukuk issuances. That's another interesting area. which we have to see. We have seen that role of asset back, and that's something when we look at the documentation IFM, we can always do that. But that's have certain challenges, which I'm sure we will cover, which I think segment need to be developed. But that's totally a different segment, which we have to see how that is being developed. And I did mention about the Indonesian on the crowdfunding platform. SME Sukuk issuances of very smaller companies on a short-term basis, so they kind of manage the risk of counterparties in that case, or risk of the issuer. With that, shukran. I hope I am able to provide you some information which will be useful, inshallah. Shukran. Assalam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Ijlal, for that very comprehensive view of the scope market. So we now know really the size, of the market, the different components of the market, domestic, international, also the short-term, long-term, and who actually issues. And some of the exciting new developments, that we are seeing in the market. So I think now I will call on Brother Walid to just give you you don't have a presentation, but you will I'll give you a few minutes to just lay the your thoughts before we delve into the question and answer. And just mark you, I have a lot of questions, so if you can really,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, this is very interesting. I'm sure we've been having a lot of presentations and discussions about Sukuk, different structures of Sukuk. In the beginning, we have to say that Sukuk, if there is one single contribution to the world of finance to be recognized by everyone, that was contributed by Islamic finance, to me the most significant contribution is Sukuk. It is truly a different product, different animal. And unlike most of the instruments we have produced in Islamic finance, Sukuk doesn't really try to mimic an existing conventional product. So, in fact, it stands in contrast to existing conventional alternatives. So, for example, it stands in contrast with bonds. It's not supposed to be a debt instrument that burdens the balance sheet of the issuer of the debt. And also, it is different than equity shares or Sukuk in the sense that it is remote and separate from the financial burdens of the company issuing or seeking the financing. So it is really a ring-fenced asset financing mechanism, bankruptcy remote, and also it's not a debt instrument. So this is something that I thought when I was a student doing my PhD, and that was the beginning, we heard about Sukuk in early 2000s, that this is a product that can fly and will definitely lead all the products of Islamic finance, and it will reach, alhamdulillah, the stages that it reached today in development, but I still expect this even to increase with time. So the problem with Sukuk is that the majority of the Sukuk issued today do not really take advantage of this different nature of the instrument or features of the instrument. Unfortunately, the pressures of the practice led to pushing the sukuk more towards that, to mimic the behavior of bonds more than actually equity. And that obviously led lawyers like myself and bankers to try to structure, to use, to somehow mold and change the structure of the sukuk to try to somehow meet the demands or the requirements of the practitioners. I can't say of the issuers, I can't say of the institutions, but that's the easiest thing they know is how do we treat this? We're not going to be able to change the regulations and the laws that govern those products in a certain jurisdiction. So the easiest way is to try to structure it like a bond. And that's where we have the asset-based sukuk leading the market versus the asset-backed sukuk. The difference is that the asset-backed sukuk, they provide the sukuk holders with undivided proportionate ownership certificates in the underlying assets, with no recourse against the issuer, and the ultimate recourse is against the underlying assets, whether there is an undertaking at the end, at maturity or not. But at the end of the day, if there is an undertaking, it would be at market price, and that will preserve the equity feature of the structure. The asset-based sukuk, which is the more prevailing structure, and it is the less Sharia compliant, and I really won't be able to speak to the compliance aspect of the asset-based sukuk more than our esteemed scholars sitting in the room. They obviously have voiced their concerns about that. But in the asset-based sukuk, you don't have a true transfer of ownership, you don't have a true sale, you have only transfer of beneficial ownership. And the ultimate recourse is against the issuer. So the creditworthiness of the issuer still really is the ultimate recourse and the ultimate, I would say, insurance or guarantee that you look for. We have seen fatwas, we have seen legal opinions about the Sharia compliance aspects of those sukuk, but we haven't yet seen any significant move away from those structures. We also have structures like hybrid sukuk, as Mr. Ijlal has mentioned in his report, which gives another opportunity to try to increase the tradability of a sukuk, because if you are using a debt-based structure for your sukuk, you won't be able to trade it, like a murabaha structure, for example. But if you pull it together with an equity-based structure, like an ijara or a musharaka, then you will be able to, and obviously you have to give, the majority of the assets have to be more under the equity structure, at least 51% according to most Sharia opinions, then you will be able to trade those type of sukuk. I think that we have to emphasize the different nature of sukuk. It is really sellable even to the conventional world of finance. It gives an opportunity, greater access to finance to projects that can't seek debt because maybe of the financial status of the issuer, and also doesn't want to dilute ownership. So this is truly a different instrument that offers diversification opportunity for issuers. And I don't know why we're not marketing sukuk in that sense, rather than we are trying to hide those really important features away and try to really belittle the stature of sukuk by trying to mimic it more than to debts. Thank you. I hope this is useful, at least as an introduction, and I'd be happy to dig more into details later on.
Thank you very much, Brother Walid. I think you've really done justice to, I had those questions, further down, but I think you've just, nailed them, because we have talked about the resilience, of the sukuk, about, you talked about bankruptcy remoteness, the fact that this is really based on, assets, okay, and, I think we're coming to Brother Saif at some point, to discuss the issue of ratings, and that's why when you look at ratings, we don't say credit ratings, we say sukuk ratings, okay, because we are trying to really de-emphasize the credit part. But what you're saying is that really the asset-based sukuk are the most prevalent in the market, unfortunately. And they are also the least Sharia compliant. I actually note that. So thank you very much for that, a very important contribution. We are going to come back to you later. I will now want to give Brother Mian the opportunity to just also lay his initial thoughts, okay, and then we can delve in. Brother Mian.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Brother Lamido. At the outset, let me express my appreciation for and thanks to IOP and other organizers for organizing this annual event. It is indeed an effective forum for a practitioner like me to know more about the latest development in Islamic finance, its challenges, and the way forward. It is all about taking stock and positioning the best possible support to Islamic finance industry. It is also an indicator of the level of engagement of the industry and the support it needs from all stakeholders. Sukuk is a very important instrument. It falls under, as they call it, Islamic debt capital market segment, and it has been presented as an alternative to conventional bond. I have been fortunate to work with scholars, practitioners, arrangers for the last 18 years. And my assessment and reading is that on the substance side, like any other Islamic finance transactions, you need to ensure the identity of the transaction and how you establish that identity. That identity can be established through the Sharia nominated contract, which underpins that transaction and that structure. Number two, the values Sharia compliance that transaction offers. And on top of that, you need to see the spirit and objective of the transaction. Yes, there have been certain challenges, but based on immense contribution from scholars, and honestly, I'm fortunate to see that, some of the pioneer or the founding member of the IOFIs are still, associated with IOFIs and certain Sharia compliant institution or Islamic financial institutions. They are offering their support to ensure that those, the issue of identity of the transaction, Islamic finance values, spirit and objectives are truly reflected in the transactions. Let me share one experience of the one we have in the UAE. but the last 5-6 years, post establishment of a higher Sharia authority at the central bank level, Central Bank of the UAE has adopted a very pragmatic approach. That, in my opinion, and others may echo their sentiment, that aims to achieve the following: ensuring an effective and meaningful Sharia compliance in the transaction, adding more clarity to the fundamentals, standards, regulation, and guideline. In that context, they have introduced AAOIFI Sharia standard as minimum Sharia standard on which a Sharia compliance of any transaction can be tested, ensuring the engagement of the scholars as the stakeholder with the industry, giving the control back to Sharia scholars on certifying whether a transaction is Sharia compliant or not Sharia compliant, opening a consultative communication channel between the stakeholder or among the stakeholders that includes critical stakeholders as Sharia committees, Sharia scholars, Sharia advisors, arrangers, practitioners, and also other stakeholders like rating agencies as well. On top of that, what helped us get this approach is that we saw a wider acceptability of the Islamic finance transactions, i.e., that has provided a passportability to Islamic finance instrument across the globe. And that approach has really worked very well. We saw that that has positively impacted the choices of the issuers, even the first-time issuers as well. We saw some of the most reluctant issuers came to the market among the sovereign as well. And if you look at, as Brother Jalal has mentioned, if you look at the timeline, number of the transaction, ease and the pace at which these transactions came to the market and got closed, that is, is reflective of the fact that a standardized and a universally accepted approach introduced by a regulator has really helped, regaining and retaining and maintaining the control on the transaction from a Sharia compliance perspective as well. That has also lend the support in terms of regaining the confidence in the Islamic finance industry, and particularly this most important instrument, which is called fixed income instruments. So apart from these academic discussions of asset-based, asset-baked, and when it comes to ensuring that on the substance side and also in terms of choice of the form, whether these instruments are consistent with the spirit of Islamic finance. My take on this is that I have experienced a lot of support from scholars, and also when they certify a transaction, they look into all these aspects as well. And most of the transactions in the last 5, 6, 7 years, majority of them have gone through a reasonable level of the Sharia compliant test, and they pass the test, and that's how these instruments are presenting themselves as the most, a most favorable choice for the issuer, including those issuers where there is no presence of Islamic finance. So you have seen in most recent months, some of the issuers coming to the market, even you hardly find a single Islamic bank there. And thanks to this wonderful experience we have seen in the UAE, that has enhance the confidence of the stakeholder in the Islamic finance instrument. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. This is excellent. This is very interesting, bringing practical example of really the state of play as far as scope structuring in the UAE, is done, and, to ensuring, that it is really, Sharia, compliant. I will now give Brother Saif opportunity. You have a presentation to make, and please go ahead, make your presentation. Keep to the time we still need to. Sure. And if you can keep to the sukuk part, that will be time.
Respected Sharia scholars, regulators, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm going to try to keep it short and simple in this presentation, as we have many esteemed speakers giving this perspective. When it comes to my presentation, I'm going to walk you through Fitch Ratings perspectives on the global Islamic finance industry. But I'm going to cover multiple areas like the credit rating landscape in Islamic finance, the demand and supply drivers, the performance, outlook and challenges, and the way we approach rating sukuk and Islamic banks. So we have been, as Fitch, present in the Islamic finance ecosystem for more than 15 years. Much of our credit ratings have been concentrated in the Middle East, parts of Asia. We have also entered North America through the first of its kind corporate sukuk in the US. Just recently, we rated the first sovereign sukuk by the Philippines. There's been increasing activity in the markets. We saw Egypt issuing the first sovereign sukuk too. Many corporates over the years, many financial institutions, including conventional banks, have also issued these instruments. And we rate more than 70% of the US dollar global sukuk market. As I mentioned, most of our ratings are concentrated in the Middle East by 61%, and a good chunk balance between Asia, Europe, and Africa. Most of these are financial institutions when it comes to FIs. Part of it also includes supranational entities. When it comes to credit ratings in the sukuk front, close to 80% of what Fitch rates on the outstanding market is investment grade. By investment grade, I mean those outstanding sukuk which have low risk to moderate credit risk, while the balance, almost 20%, is what we classify as speculative grade. And much of it actually is in the A category, as you would see. When it comes to the outlooks, much of the issuers of sukuk have a stable outlook at around 93%. You have around 4% of issuers actually on positive outlook, and we could see changes in the medium term. Now we have regulators sitting in the audience, we have customers, we have Islamic banks. There's occasional questions of what can the stakeholders do to increase the penetration of Islamic finance in the respective markets. Since we stand and between regulators, between banks, between customers of Islamic finance, we know that there are two verticals which drives the performance of Islamic finance in any market, be it sukuk, Islamic banks, takaful, and these are those. So at the moment, more than 70% of the global Islamic finance ecosystem is concentrated in the Middle East, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, and there are certain common drivers, both on the demand verticals, as you can see, and also on the supply verticals. In many of these markets, there's actual bottom-up demand for Islamic finance. There's actually awareness, in countries like Bahrain, where we are, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia. The sector has been present since the 1970s. So many of the customers, when you walk on the road, you will see Islamic banks across. So the distribution networks are actually there. And there's increasing confidence that these products are actually Sharia compliant. Not only that, in many of these traditional markets for Islamic finance, there is the competitiveness of the product offerings when it comes to pricing, service quality is really comparable, and sometimes even better than conventional banks. There's also supply side drivers, right? Where there's a political will in countries like Bahrain. There's enabling regulations. There you can see branch networks. There's products which meet the demands and requirements of the customers. And in general, in the GCC and Malaysia and Indonesia, we see that the domestic financial system, of course, it's not as developed as some of the Western markets, but it's relatively more developed. So that supports the penetration of Islamic finance in many of the OIC countries. Having said that, there are still Muslim majority countries like Turkey, like Indonesia, like Nigeria, like Kazakhstan, like Morocco, Algeria, where penetration rates are really low. Sometimes less than 1%, 5%. Turkey, it's touching 10% right now, but just before 5 years ago, it was around 6 to 7%. And there were gaps in both the demand drivers and both the supply side drivers, whether it's lack of political will and sometimes even lack of confidence. We occasionally are asked, are Islamic banking products really Sharia compliant? They seem to be the same, they've marketed the same way, the pricing is the same. So is it really Sharia compliant? Those questions are also asked in some of these markets. And, but I think awareness is increasing, and this is reflected in the size of the global Islamic ecosystem, with total assets of about $3 trillion as of 2022 end. When I'm to talk about the performance of the global sukuk markets, we saw for the first time that the size of the market crossed $800 billion this year. This is a remarkable number. It speaks not only to of course, the size, but there is also diversity in issuances. We have seen AT1 sukuk, AT2 sukuk, we have seen ESG sukuk, green and sustainable sukuk issuances, short-term, long-term, medium-term sukuk, by all kinds of issuers in the market. As I said earlier, we had Philippines in the process of entering the market. UK had entered the market twice, I think as recent as a few years ago. Nigeria has been returning to the sukuk markets. And there are multiple drivers why many of the FIs, sovereigns, corporates are seeking to enter. Number one being they are seeking to diversify their funding sources. So away from, for example, bank loans and conventional bonds. The other reason is in many of the OIC countries like Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Malaysia, they're expected to mark budget surplus as of this year and potentially going forward next year. So to fund this fiscal gap, there is a need to issue debt instruments which could meet the funding needs of the government. And there are institutions, which really have a strong appetite to invest, meaning Islamic investors and Islamic banks who have strong appetite to invest in sukuk instruments. In fact, there's always a constant discussion among bankers that there's so short supply of sukuk in the markets. We need more of these instruments in the market, whether on the liquidity front, but also as an investment tool to benefit from. But over the last 1 year, we are seeing that the higher oil prices are reducing the funding needs of a number of oil exporting countries. Nevertheless, countries like the UAE and Qatar, they're continuing to enter the debt capital markets, sukuk markets, to develop the DCM, the debt capital markets, and be active in the markets. The UAE issued their first dirham sukuk, and with the pricing actually benefiting and priced less compared to the dirham bonds. We saw Qatar a few years ago. Nigeria has been active too. So when it comes to defaults, there's discussion of default resolution and whatnot. So far, the number of defaulted sukuk is just 0.2% of the global sukuk market, which is actually very less. And it speaks to the credit health of the sukuk markets. Nevertheless, it speaks also to the lack of precedence on how sukuk will be treated in a court default resolution process. And will Sharia have a consideration or not? There's a very interesting development that's been happening over the last 2 years. Many of the issuers in global sukuk markets, be it Indonesia, be it Turkey, be it even Philippines right now, they're aiming to comply the documentation with AAOIFI Sharia standards. This is actually unprecedented, more than 3 years ago. But the reason is because there is a push from the UAE Central Bank to make sure that the Islamic banks there can only arrange or invest or issue sukuk which comply with their AAOIFI Sharia compliance mandates. And as a result, we are seeing increasing languages like tangibility event, additional put options. I mean, many people may not know. Actually, Islamic investors may actually have additional put options in the documentation, which conventional investors don't have. But again, this is an untested territory from a court's perspective. But those sukuk which are not AAOIFI compliant, we're seeing that the liquidity could be affected, the demand could be affected as UAE Islamic banks, which really are global investors in sukuk, are constrained from investing. We are seeing that some Islamic banks in the UAE, they could not invest in sukuk from Saudi Arabia and Malaysia because of Sharia differences in the Sharia opinions. We have seen funds, we have seen Sharia indices which exclude sukuk which are not IOFI compliant. So we are seeing increasing standardization in the markets, and definitely compared to 10 years ago, it's easier now to compare sukuk, but there are certain gaps. All in all, we see that 2023 will end with higher amount of US dollar sukuk issuances compared to last year. Geopolitical volatilities, rising interest rates or profit rates will continue to may have pressures, on sukuk markets similar to bond markets, and the market really is not cocooned, from the challenges facing the sukuk markets at large. The pricing of sukuk, compares to be similar to conventional bonds, as you can see in the graph. But there have been periods in the past where you see a blip between the pricing of sukuk and comparable bonds. And this happened, for example, during the COVID stress. This also happened during, the incursion of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where the pricing deviated. But our understanding is that this could be also because of Sharia differences or Sharia interpretations, IOFI compliance complexities, and also because many of the Islamic investors, Islamic banks, are actually buy and hold investors. And they don't actively trade these instruments because of shortage in the market. ESG Sukuk, the UAE is hosting COP28 in a matter of few days. And this has put the spotlight back again on Islamic finance and ESG Sukuk, as the UAE is one of the key markets for ethical and Islamic finance in general. But I want you to look at this interesting graph or interesting table where in many of the countries where, Muslim majority countries, whenever a corporate or a sovereign wanted to issue an ESG linked debt, they have two options. They can go through the route of a bond or go through the route of a sukuk. In the GCC, around 51% of the time, they went through the route of a sukuk. Bahrain is actually 100%. Saudi Arabia around 54%. Why is this? Why is this the case? Well, to address and incorporate regional investors, which can only invest in Sharia compliant securities, and the ESG tag helps issuers actually attract the international appetite for Islam, for ESG sensitive investors. Nevertheless, we see that gaps remain in the ESG market. When it comes to Islamic banking, it's a fact that Islamic banking is systematically important and has sizable shares in many of the OIC countries, be it Bahrain. In Bahrain, it's expected to reach 50%. Market share in a few years. Kuwait is already 50%. In Saudi Arabia, the Islamic banking share is around 85% of the banking system. Malaysia is around 40%. So it's really a part of the DNA of the national economies in the OIC countries, in many of the OIC countries. Yet we are still seeing pockets of growth. We are seeing Oman, for example, just entered the market around 10 years ago, and they have around 16% market share. There are initiatives in Nigeria. Many of the regulators, historically they used to shy away from Sharia compliance discussions. Now they have active governance regulations for Sharia compliant banking. So, and in the GCC at least, the operating environment is much more favorable now with the higher oil prices and rising profit rates, and this supports the appetite to grow forward. Fund management also is growing. It's around $505 billion in the outstanding values. I'm going to quickly touch base upon the rating methodology of Fitch when it comes to sukuk. This is visible on our website when it comes to how to rate sukuk. But almost all of the Fitch rated sukuk are asset-based sukuk, or the recourse lies with the obligor itself. When it comes to the economic effect, they are in most instances pari passu with conventional bonds. When it comes to debt ranking, yes, there are structural differences, but the economics are similar. There are specific considerations which we consider when it comes to rating sukuk. When it comes to Islamic banks and the way we rate Islamic banks, it's covered as part of Fitch's methodology for rating such institutions. But we have specific considerations actually for Sharia compliant institutions. Doctor was discussing about profit and loss investment accounts. We understand that in many countries, there's specific regulations for PSIA accounts. There's the benefit of alpha factor in a number of countries where there's discounts, on capital ratios. There's different accounting treatment for Islamic finance in countries like Bahrain or countries which follow IOFI accounting standards. All of these have due considerations in the way Fitch rates Sukuk and Islamic banks. When it comes to standardization in Islamic finance, we have been active in the markets for more than 15 years. There is still differences across, dispute resolution, products, Sharia interpretation, supervisory treatment, and even accounting treatment. Yes, there are bridges being bridged with the implementation of IOFI Sharia standards, but sometimes the differences are paramount. And we look at these differences very carefully when we rate Sukuk instruments. I'm happy to have discussions on the panel and off the panel whenever you feel. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Brother Saif, for that very comprehensive look. I'm now very mindful of the fact that we have eaten, into our time. But I want to, ask the distinguished, panel. There's this controversy around guarantees for Sukuk. What guarantees are acceptable from the Sharia point of view, and what guarantees are not? I start with Brother Walid.
Well, it definitely depends on the underlying structure you're using. And, it is very common in practice that Islamic banks tend to double up on the securitization, the guarantees. And the reason for that, sometimes it is mandated by conflict between the local regulations and the Sharia compliance requirements. So for example, in transactions where you have, let's say, a transfer of the ownership to the institution, to the bank, to the financer, it doesn't really, if it is through transfer of ownership, then you really can't have any more guarantees because you have ownership of the asset itself. But oftentimes, it is a transfer of beneficial ownership only, and the legal title remains with the entity seeking finance, right? However, in addition to that beneficial ownership, you would want to get real collateral, right, as a financial institution to be able to secure, your position. So in addition to the beneficial ownership, you can get guarantees, corporate guarantees from the issuer themselves. That is acceptable under the regulations. And if it is only beneficial ownership, some Sharia scholars would allow that because it is not, they recognize the beneficial ownership transfer and not the full or the legal title itself.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to continue this panel, but I have just been told that lunch is ready. And I can see Professor Yahya raising his hand. I have been told that lunch is ready, and I think...
Sorry, gentlemen. I mean, yes, so we're pressing for time, so any questions, of course, these beautiful gentlemen are available at your disposal at the luncheon outside, so please reserve your questions till then, and let's, inshallah ta'ala, allow the chairman to, finish the session, inshallah.
So I think this is really a very topical thing because this is really at the heart of, Islamic finance, the issue of Sharia compliance, and we have not even gone into the issue of Sharia governance, but I think you will all agree with me that the panel has really done justice to this topic. They've been really quite generous with, the explanations, and please join me in thanking Brother Walid, Brother Mian, and Brother Saif, and Brother Ijlal for these very useful insights. I personally really have learned a lot. And I'm sure, many of us, will feel the same way. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our esteemed panelists, the session chair. Thank you very much for a very insightful session. Indeed, there was value addition, at least for me. Sukuk is a very, very important topic, and I think you guys covered it in a very nonchalant manner. So thank you so very much. May I now invite the chair and the panelists to have a group photo before we break for lunch.
Thank you very much.
Lunch is being served, ladies and gentlemen, and then let's be back in 1 hour time to continue with the remaining items of today's agenda. Thank you very much and see you in an hour's time.
Chairman, come in the middle, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Excellent, sir.
Of this conference on Islamic finance. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is hitting a very important current affair topic, that is hyperinflation. Hyperinflation, as you know, post-COVID, and given other scenarios and other factors happening and surrounding the global arena and the global economy, it has catalyzed inflation, and in so many other occasions, hyperinflation. Some of the Muslim countries, as in fact, are worst hit by hyperinflation. So this is another important topic. As I mentioned yesterday, please listen to all the session as in connectivity, because each session is connected with each another. So what you started from economic diversity, then you moved to financial technology, then yesterday you moved to benchmarking, then sukuk, then hyperinflation, so on and so forth, and then climate change as well. These are all very current and future shaping, as a matter of fact, current shaping topic for the whole industry to be alert about. So I would ask for your keen attention for this important session as well, because it is, as I mentioned, hitting a very, very important area that is having so many economies grappling with it. And guess what? Because it's AAOIFI, we are going to talk about this important topic of hyperinflation, from how the same is going to be treated from an accounting perspective vibes in the Islamic financial arena. So without further ado, may I have the pleasure to invite the chairman of this session, our dear Dr. Bello Lawa Dabanta. Dr. Bello Lawa Dabanta, please, ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause for Dr. Bello. He is member accounting board of AAOIFI and the Secretary General of the Islamic Financial Services Board, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Dr. Bello, a warm welcome to you in this conference and on stage. May I have the pleasure now to invite our esteemed panelists, who would be chaired by Dr. Bello. First up is our brother Mr. Firas Hamdan. Mr. Firas Hamdan, please join the August Forum. What a performer Mr. Firas Hamdan is. Mr. Firas Hamdan is a member of AAOIFI Accounting Board. He's a Deputy Chairman of the Education Board, Executive Director, Head of Human Resource Development at the Central Bank of Lebanon. So very warm welcome to our brother Mr. Firas Hamdan as well.
Thank you.
Following suit is Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Mahesh, yeah, there you are. Mahesh, how's it going? Head of Financial Services, KPMG Bahrain, a very important entity. We call it the Big Fours. Mr. Irshad Mahmood. Irshad Mahmood. There you are, brother Irshad. Please join us on the stage. Mr. Irshad is Audit and Assurance Business Leader in Deloitte, Bahrain. Again, a very important entity shaping up the financial sector. Do we have the pleasure of Mr. Faizan? I doubt Mr. Faizan is around. I do not know, because I was of the view that he has not made it to the conference, but it appears that we have to stick to our current panelist given his absence, which is equally a very heavy dose panel in front of you. So without further ado, Dr. Bello, stage is yours. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa alihi wa sallam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow panelists, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I know it's quite challenging to have a lunch and to have 2 days. Actually, the lunch is after 2 days of extensive events and session. And we being the last session, I think keeping the audience awake and engaging with everyone is going to be a challenge. But I believe, as introduced by Dr. Mugis, the importance of the topic is something that affected each and every one of us here. So I believe it is an opportunity for us to hear from the experts' opinion with regard to issue on hyperinflation, and to be able also to engage with the audience on your take with regard to the issues that we are going to be discussing. As you are aware, this session is going to focus more on addressing the hyperinflation issues, particularly in the current time that we are. Inflation, as we know it, has several causes. High demand for goods and services can push inflation. Costs as well, increase in cost of goods and services, whereby the supply is small or is low compared to the demand, or the demand is higher compared to the supply. Both demandful and cost push, these are all two traditional method of inflation. But we also have a situation whereby we have built-in inflation as a result of a number of factors, whereby economics or governments or policymakers can decide to maybe increase the wages of employees or public servants just because to cater for an increasing cost of living, as well as devaluation of the currency of a number of economies. Now, how do we measure the inflation? Depends on who is talking about it. In certain economies, the countries may decide to use their own Bureau of Statistics to compile data based on consumer price index, and then said, yeah, we are having this high inflation rate, and then we have this kind of concern. We are now reached a stage whereby this inflation is beyond our control. We may also have a situation whereby the CPI is not only the measure of inflation. Some multilateral institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, and the World Population Review, they introduce a different measure where they can measure the inflation. Maybe they use the CPI, but they minus what? Food and energy, and as one of the criteria. We also have another situation whereby the inflation can as well be measured in a way such that we look at the consumer personal expenditures, and then we determine. But these are all traditional situations for an inflation. But what about a hyperinflation?
What situation determines that an economy is hyperinflationary economy? Because it is not the inflation that matters alone. So there are other factors that actually drive the classification, which I will leave it to the panelists to maybe highlight. We are lucky in today's panel, we have Brother Firaz, who is a member of the IOP Accounting Board, same with me, and then who is from Lebanon. And Lebanon is among the 10 countries that has been classified as hyperinflationary. Among the top countries that we have that are considered hyperinflationary, 5 of these countries are Muslim countries, actually. We have Lebanon, we have Syria, we have Yemen, we have Sudan, we have Turkey, among the top 10 that are considered hyperinflationary. And in these economies, we as well have Islamic financial institutions actively engaging with everyone, and they are part and parcel of the ecosystem. So there are actually measures beyond just the demandful cost push or demand, other measures that we determine to classify inflation. But a situation whereby a country is determined to or classified now to be hyperinflationary is something that we have concerned. The most recent experience that we had was Venezuela and I think Zimbabwe in the past, whereby the prices of goods and services is in thousands of percentages multiple compared to the previous maybe periods. Now, what this session will try to look at, what are the determinants of classifying a country a hyperinflationary economy, and at the same time, what will be the implication for Islamic financial institutions operating in that country? Can the financial reporting, which gives the first-hand information to the users of the financial statement, particularly the customers and the investors, be one of the instruments to be used as a tool to communicate the status of hyperinflationary in an economy? And to what extent do these customers or investors who lose confidence or will sustain their confidence on the Islamic financial institutions that are operating in such kind of environment? Now, to discuss all this and to be able to shed more light on the IOFI's exposure draft on hyperinflation accounting standard, that is now an exposure draft, which me, Brother Firaz, and I think all of us were all in the working group, which we have determined, and the exposure draft is now exposed to the public for public consultation, and this will be open until next year, as clarified by our brother Umar Ansari, the Secretary General, in our last week meeting together with IFRS, which we presented the updates, and then we said that, okay, this exposure draft is still open until next year. So we will be very happy to use this opportunity with high-level guests from all over the world that are here with us for us to get some feedback on this particular step. Now, as a chairman of the session, so I have liberty of time, so I can take a bit of time to provide some context and perspective which is necessary for the audience. So we have issued this exposure draft, and we will be very happy to hear your feedback on this exposure draft. Now, we know IFRS has also issued IAS 29, which is a standard focusing more on hyperinflation accounting and financial reporting. So how does this IAS 29 measures with IOFI exposure draft? This is something that we are also interested to know. And at the same time, we would like to also maybe get the views of our esteemed panelists here, whether the proposed accounting financial reporting principles in the exposure draft will really add value to the financial reporting and close the gap maybe that we have seen in IAS 29 for the Islamic financial service industry. So to discuss all this and provide all this perspective, as this is the last session for the day, I will go first round to ask some questions, and I will be engaging directly to anyone that I saw sleeping. I will maybe perhaps invite him to share his views on the topic, because I think this is something that is we want to interact with everyone. So please, if you really want to engage and be the panelists in the audience, start dozing up, and so that we can be able to give you an opportunity for you to speak. You don't have to raise your hand. Once I saw you, I'll just maybe invite you to be our panelists from the audience. Now, to start the discussion, Brother Firas, perhaps you are from Lebanon, and we know Lebanon is one of those countries that is being classified by the World Population Review, by the IMF, and also by a number of multilateral development institutions as a hyperinflationary economy. Can you maybe perhaps share your experience as a Lebanese and how the Lebanese economy finds itself from inflation to hyperinflation economy? And what's the criteria that you follow in determining that you are actually a hyperinflationary economy?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين أبي القاسم محمد وآل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين وصحبه. Thank you, Brother Bello, for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I have lived the experience of hyperinflation. Others studied it. I wish for everyone just to study it and don't have to live it like we have lived in Lebanon or Syria and everywhere else that you have mentioned. For the sake of time, I will go as a short story what happened with Lebanon. Not everything, because a lot of things happened, with a focus on our target, the standard. Because if I want to talk about everything, usually when someone meets another person, say, what's happening with you? He would say, well, last year I did so and so. In Lebanon, we are living in a situation, if you say, what happened with you? He said, last hour or yesterday, this happened. We live day by day, hour by hour, use the situation. Now, the fact what has happened and what's related to our topic and standard, that in 17 October 2019, we had a rebellion of so-called, because one minister said, I want to charge $6 per month for using WhatsApp. So we had a rebellion. But in fact, we have a lot of parties. Everyone has his own agenda. And everyone was pulling the sheet towards himself. We ended up in a total shutdown for the country for around 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, the banks opened its door with a rush from the depositors to have their money, because there were some talks that some of the sharks has fled with their money during that period. People were afraid, and we have like panic. Everyone running for to get their deposits, and many of you have seen that on TV and so on. Later, I think in the mid or first quarter or mid of 2020, the government declared default on its foreign currency liabilities, mainly Euro bonds. Also that added to the problem. People started speculation. Everyone has money in functional currency, in Lebanese lira. He ran away and tried to grab USD, US dollars, as much as he can. Okay, and mostly was keeping them holding these values in their safes. So they lost trust in the banking system, and that created more effect and increased the level of change in the prices and inflation till we reached this period. By time the country went into more, you say, dollarization. What we have is more than 80 or 90,
Yeah, okay.
80-90% dollarized in the country. Most of the private banks and private sector completely, not just banks, went into USD. Even the prices, if you go to the market and on the shelves of the market, you will see the prices in USD. When you go to the counter, you can pay in our currency, Lebanese lira, according to the market price, but the shelves, like everything is priced in USD except for the public sector. These are the people that got the major hit for this issue. Now, you can imagine that when this crisis started, we had around 9 trillion functional currency Lebanese lira in the market at a price of 1,500 for each USD. That will, if you evaluated it at that time, it will be like 6 billion USD. As of 2023, in the middle of this year, the money in circulation was 83 trillion. 83 trillion with a exchange price around 90. It varies from 85,000 to 90,000. That is, if you want to look at it from USD value, it is around 1 billion USD. So the change from end of 2019 till mid of this year, and it's continued till now, is around 6,000%.
Wow.
Okay. Now,
6,000% of
in 2019.
Okay.
And that was reflected on many subjects, many items, in different areas and in different ranges. Okay, some parts went above that because it's rare. Some places there's monopoly and so on. But having said that, if we go back to our standard, whether for AAOIFI standard, basically, which did not fall down so far from IAS 29, especially from the point of identification of hyperinflation economy. So if we go there and we wanted to check the boxes, we have a checklist,
okay,
and we want to check the boxes. First, we need to look at it, just not to miss anything. So, first we have the function currency loses purchasing power, which was so obvious. We were talking about.
So that's the first criteria. Okay.
This is the main. It's not just the criteria. It's a main.
Okay.
We have something main. Functional currency losing power, and we cannot have. We lose the comparability concept. Ability between.
So the first thing is not the percentage,
no,
but more on
those two are in the first paragraph before we go to the guidelines.
Okay.
The first paragraph we are saying we have to have loss in purchasing power, and the financial reports are no more comparable from period to period. Okay. After that, we have a guidelines for some points that can be used to identify. It's a guidelines. To use to identify a market if it's hyperinflation. First one in that is the cumulative inflation rate to be 100% over 3 years. Okay, or near 100% with a trend that it will reach 100% in the near future. Second is to use, we use stable foreign currency in place of the functional currency. Also checked, we are using dollar, USD. Second, if we have general population prefers to convert to USD. As we said, people are speculating and taking money and holding in the safe.
Let me come in here. So at what stage that you really feel that the IMF's classification of Lebanon as a hyperinflationary economy is acceptable?
That's the problem that we have. We ticked all the boxes.
Okay.
And all the four big four have declared that Lebanon is a hyperinflation economy. For IMF, it stated that the value of inflation, it reflected the number that it evaluated from the data that was given by the central bank, which was accurate and transparent. But it declares this is the value of inflation. But it doesn't classify this as hyperinflation. Why is that? And Central Bank of Lebanon also doesn't classify it as hyperinflation because they go basically not with the accounting classification. This is our accounting classification, whether in AAOIFI or international accounting standards. The thing is, they go with Philip Kant theory for economics that says it should have, an economy should have a 50% increase for a period of time, mainly for 3 consecutive months. So for 3 consecutive months, you should at least, you should have 50% increase.
Okay.
That is, you in this case, you will go like a curve or a slope, consistent.
Okay.
But what's happening in Lebanon is not, it's rather, if you want to shape it, it's like a third step. You go, it goes high, goes steady for a period, then it jumps. And so we don't have ever 3 consecutive months in this situation.
Okay, so let me give you a break there, but and go to Brother Mahesh. Brother Mahesh, I mean, the IFRS has issued IAS 29 before I come to Brother Ishad on the Sharia aspect, but maybe perhaps because the IAS 29 did not clearly stated the criteria of, or specific benchmark or threshold or percentage to say that if an inflation reached this percentage, it should be classified as hyperinflationary economy, but rather it provided some justification for the standard and provided some guidance, particularly some specific criteria that need to be followed. What's the implication of this IAS 29 on economies like particularly Lebanon? And to what extent do you think the IAS 29 can be adopted by all economies that are experiencing hyperinflation?
No. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Dr. Billo and my fellow panelists. So like Brother Firaz mentioned, the first step of the standard is how do we define hyperinflation. And the exposure draft of IOFI is not that different to...
No, I don't want us to touch IOP at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe from the IAS 29 perspective.
Yeah. So why I say that is
IAS 29.
the general definition is the same.
Yes.
Right, so IAS 29 has one quantitative measure, which is the average increase in inflation over the last 3 years is in excess of 100%. And then it has other qualitative measures. So the standard does not give you a hard quantitative measure to get there, but then the standard is expecting that the whole country adopts hyperinflation together. And that's why when Brother Firaz mentioned that all the large accounting network firms declared Lebanon as hyperinflationary, or when they did that for Syria or Sudan, you don't want different financials in each country to be using different measures. So the only common point that is then used is a 100% quantitative threshold, because the qualitative thresholds like the general population is preferring to keep their money in foreign currency, prices are being quoted in a stable foreign currency, and transactions are more and more happening on a stable foreign currency. You start seeing these trends much sooner. But you cannot look at these trends and say I'm hyperinflationary. So you need a quantitative measure to say at which point in time I can consistently declare the whole economy as hyperinflationary so that all preparers of financial reporting or all reporting made to regulators are comparable. And that's why this threshold then is used as a measure to then bring the whole economy as hyperinflationary. So it is interesting that you will see a lot of countries with high inflation, but they're not necessarily hyperinflation, but all the qualitative criteria will already be there. You would see the trends of, the general banking current accounts or deposits or savings accounts are more and more moving into a stable foreign currency, more often than not the US dollars. And you would see local prices being quoted also in a stable foreign currency. Brother Firaz was sharing experience earlier that even telecom prepaid cards or when you're paying your telephone bills, they're actually in US dollars while you're living in Lebanon. So all of these things do start much earlier, but you then need a quantitative threshold to say now we have drawn a line and beyond this point we think everybody should report the same way. So again, coming back to IS 29, I think while it doesn't focus on that quantitative threshold, but in practice you have to use that to decide when you want to move on.
Okay, but I thought the IMF, uses the IFRS as a basis to come up with the 3 months average criteria, right?
The IFRS IS 29 focus on the 3-year cumulative inflation at 100%.
Okay.
Because like Brother Firaz mentioned, it is not necessarily a exponential curve. It could sometimes be in the form of steps.
Okay.
Because there's government intervention, central bank intervention that could artificially control prices or inflation. So you cannot decide that in a quarter or in a month. And that's why you look at a cumulative three-year period average.
Okay, so you think now, based on the criteria set out in IAS 29, you think there is a gap for financial institutions? You think it can be applied by Islamic financial institutions directly without any issue? Or you think there are still some gaps that need to be considered?
I think even in our thinking on the exposure draft,
okay. Okay, you can go there.
This was looked into, but I think the idea was we wanted something as a globally acceptable measure. And this is something that has been in practice for many years, which even the IMF is kind of referring to, although the timing could be different. But I think something similar has been adopted even for Islamic financial institutions to determine when we think our economy has become hyperinflationary.
So, what should be the typical expectations of a financial reports or particularly financial statements of a hyperinflationary economy that the users of the financial statements should expect?
Yep. So the conceptual framework of accounting, be it ISB or FASB or even AAOIFI's own conceptual framework, has a significant accounting or fundamental or conceptual assumption of purchasing power parity.
Okay.
And capital maintenance. Right? So this standard is in response to the fact that I don't have purchase power parity, I don't have capital maintenance as a principle that is being sustained, and hence you need to modify the conventional historical cost basis to a new hyperinflationary basis, because in a hyperinflationary economy things are not comparable anymore. What you paid for a liter of or a gallon of milk last week is not the same as what you're paying for a gallon of milk this week. So the comparability of financial transactions, the comparability of historical information has less value and less reliability for a user, and that's why you look at the conceptual framework to see what would be an alternate measure to historical cost basis.
Okay, thank you for sharing such very important information for us. Brother Irshad, you are the leader for audit and assurance business of Deloitte, and part of your portfolio is Islamic financial institutions, that you conduct this audit and you provide these assurance services to their users of their financial information. Now, what's the Sharia considerations when it comes to the issue of hyperinflation, particularly in terms of the financial reporting, whereby these reports are presented in a different format that the users may not know? It's only through relevant disclosures that they will know that's the basis of these new financial statements. So what's the Sharia issues that you think should be of great relevance to the audience for us to understand?
Thank you, Dr. Billu, and my fellow speakers. I feel very lucky to have this session because last session after lunch on the last day, most of the people are not listening. So I can say anything.
No, I can see already we have some panelists, so after this I will go around for some
people
questions.
are there, so I can have some liberty to say whatever I want to say. Okay, just to clarify, I was just thinking that how to create the interest of the people instead of thinking about hyperinflation. So what came in my mind was, what is something that I can give you today that you can take a note of it and you will remember, and at least you will say that, okay, there was some benefit of listening. So I made a mnemonic that what could be the Sharia issues. So the mnemonic is graphs, G-R-A-P-H-S, graphs. So you can note down this mnemonic graph and you will see, I will go into the details wherever it is required. So G for governance. So governance oversight is one of the biggest issues from the Sharia perspective. Okay, I'll come to the details, but I just wanted everyone to at least take a note of something before we go into the further details. R for risk management. I'm not saying the risk involved, I'm saying the risk management in accordance with the Islamic principles when we are talking about hyperinflationary microeconomies. The number 3 is a very important item, which is asset valuation comparison. I can just touch base on the asset valuation. Is, for example, if you have deferred payment products like Murabha or Ijara, there are a lot of complexities involved. And I was looking at the financial statements of Al Baraka Lebanon yesterday, and I saw that they were silent on this issue, but I can see that based on my discussion that asset valuation under the hyperinflation economy, because all the products under the Islamic banking or Sharia compliant financing are product based or asset based. So the valuation of those assets when the value is moving on a very regular basis is one of the key challenges from the Sharia perspective as well. So we have covered GRA and now P for the product. Now when it comes to product, what is more important is product innovation. Now new products are coming up, like Islamic banking is not dependent on Murabha, Mudarba or Ijara. A lot of new products, new structures are coming up. Those structures, those products have their own complexities. Okay? To cover those complexities, and on the top of it, if you are operating under hyperinflationary economies, it would become another challenge or Sharia issue. I'm talking purely from Sharia point of view. Then it comes to H for harmonization. So harmonizing and standardizing the basically conventional and Sharia. Not all the countries have very strong or strict, I would say, Sharia frameworks. There are differences between the Sharia frameworks within even the Gulf countries. So harmonizing it to make sure that you harmonize it and you remain Sharia compliant. And finally, Sharia compliance challenges. So once you are done with all the asset and product, then you need to consider the Sharia compliance challenges as well. So both areas are evolving because we don't have the history of hyperinflationary microeconomies from Prophet's time. This is something perhaps recently it becomes more popular, but IASB issued this standard ages ago, and 1994 for the first time they made some small changes, and now there are some small changes they made it. So there are many challenges on the top of Sharia which are relating to interpretation of the standard as well. So to sum up, in terms of what are the Sharia challenges, what I have covered is the graphs. If you remember this word, I think it will help you to memorize at least what are the Sharia challenges. I would love to hear from Brother Firas or Dr. Billo or Mahesh if there are any other Sharia challenges they wanted to mention here.
Okay, maybe perhaps let me. That's excellent. I mean, general overview of the Sharia issues to be considered by IFIs in hyperinflation economy. But now, when it comes to the financial reporting, which is basically as per the topics highlighted in the objective of this particular session, we are looking at the propositions by both the IAS 29 as well as the exposure draft by IOP on remeasurements of monetary assets and liabilities, and then also the use of fair value and other index-based accounting to remeasure and classify all the financial settlement elements into, because previous year is not comparative. You cannot have a comparison of the financial statement. So for the financial statement to be meaningful, we need to look at this. There are some Sharia issues related to perhaps to inflation generally. Our understanding traditionally is that one time the Sahabas came to the Prophet ﷺ and asked him complained that the prices of goods are going very up. The same thing during the time of the Caliph Umar radiallahu anhu as well. That can you control and stop the price? The Prophet ﷺ and both the Caliph also said we cannot control the price. So the price can go up, and then but you have to sell at the market. So scholars, we have scholars in the room. Please feel free when I seek for your intervention to support. I'm not a Sharia scholar. I'm just an expert. I'm a finance expert. So there is no issue in terms of the inflation or when the prices goes up. There is nothing wrong in me selling at the market price. But fair value accounting is a situation whereby one of the criteria by both IFRS and IOP is that the existence of an active market to determine the fair value of goods and prices. But we also have a situation in which Sharia has no issue, I think, to my own understanding, with fair value where there is an active market. But where we are going to benchmark the prices of these commodities and to reset the financial statement based on other indexes which are based on interest rates or conventional instruments, then there is a Sharia issue. Brother Firaz, you have been practicing, you are involved in the real life scenario of a hyperinflation accounting. So what's the implication of the proposition by the exposure draft in terms of particularly the Sharia issues, in terms of the fair value accounting that is being proposed as part of the principles, and then in terms of as well the remeasurements and reclassification of monetary assets and monetary liabilities, which also have some Sharia issue. How do you deal with that in Lebanon?
Well, again, unfortunately, in Lebanon, the Islamic banking sector is very small.
Okay. You only have Al-Baraka, and how many you have?
4 banks.
Four banks. Okay.
But as the total of the assets of the banks, it's less than 1%.
Okay.
So it's very small. Nevertheless, I think if you want to look at the real effect, and the major change usually between IOFI and IFRS, you have to look at profit distribution.
Okay.
The main issue usually there. The rest is whether measurement or remeasurement is the way to get to the ultimate target, profit distribution. That's the issue of Sharia. The measurement and remeasurement is an accounting issue. So you can, what's suitable for accounting and finance, you can go with that, but you have to stick with the requirement of Sharia. And the Sharia interferes especially in profit distribution. Now, in FAS, what we are doing is that when we use indexing or the fair value, we are going to put it as a reserve in the other comprehensive income.
Okay.
And not going as IAS to the profit and loss.
Okay.
So this is a major difference.
I'm not sure that, Brother Mahesh, you have some views on this exposure draft. You think it's closing the gap, and then is that really suitable? And are there issues that you think that need to be looked into before this particular standard is being finalized by IOFI?
Yeah, so maybe to get everybody's interest, let me maybe throw something controversial out there. For those who have read the exposure draft, I think it is very clear that this exposure draft is significantly divergent to IS 29 solutioning to dealing with hyperinflationary economies. And the reason for that is predominantly driven by Sharia considerations, like Brother Rishad and Brother Firaz mentioned. I think two fundamental issues were there for this directionally different accounting, or let me say innovation by IOFI in the exposure draft. One is remeasurement of receivables and payables. I think the IS 29 model looked at re-indexing and remeasuring receivables and payables, which we all know is a fundamental issue with Sharia. You cannot change the constant value of a receivable or a payable because it's a contracted value and that cannot change. And the second issue is the existence of quasi-equity in the overall business model of Islamic Bank, and the issue with profit distribution. Now with quasi-equity profit pools, we have constructive liquidation that happens on a periodic basis to be able to report and distribute profits. Because the constructive liquidation has happened, I cannot then go back and change value of either the reported assets or liabilities or the reported profits and expenses. So this is a fundamental Sharia issue that we had to deal with when you're looking at this accounting standard. And the exposure draft is trying to look at two solutions. The exposure draft is saying, let's look at what is the right functional currency, because the issue is to do with what currency am I reporting my financials in. So the exposure draft says revisit your functional currency. If you think your functional currency has changed, let's say from Lebanese pound to US dollar, then report everything in US dollar, and implicitly by remeasuring the currency, you're automatically remeasuring inflation and you're remeasuring change in purchase power priority. But this is a more Sharia acceptable way.
Okay.
By looking at the change in functional currency.
This is the first choice.
This is the first choice.
And the standard is to change the functional currency to be considered the stable currency.
Now this again is not permissible under IS 29. So this is the first area of departure, but also the first area of innovation. Because we are saying, what is the issue? You are saying the currency doesn't make sense. Have you thought about revisiting what your functional currency is?
And you believe that's a practical approach?
From a comparability standpoint, yes. Because if we said one of the indications is the whole economy is dealing in dollars, so is this the right way to look at it? But again, it might be easier for a non-financial institution, but for a financial institution, this could be difficult. Because you are custodian of money supply in the market, you are running with financial operations, you cannot say that your currency of operation has fundamentally changed. The second approach, which was the fair value approach, and which has a concept of deemed fair value. Now, the exposure draft says we cannot remeasure monetary assets and liabilities, but everything else should be carried at fair value. So this in a way overrides the historical cost convention of accounting and asks financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions, to consider fair value as a more meaningful way to report its non-monetary assets and liabilities. Now this remeasurement goes through OCI because you think the performance reporting should not be impacted. So you create a hyperinflationary reserve which is then taken through OCI as long as you continue to be hyperinflationary. So a combination of changing in functional currency and measuring non-monetary assets and liabilities at fair value was seen as something that would not contravene the Sharia principles of not remeasuring receivables and payables and not impacting the concept of profit distribution.
Thank you so much. I think for us not to be too technical, perhaps
you want to answer. If we don't have a deviation from IAS 29, we wouldn't have issued FAS from AAOIFI.
Okay.
Because usually there's this
So you
strategy.
disagree with Mahesh?
As a strategy taken by the board of accounting board, is that as much as we can, we close the gap and be near to international accounting standards.
Practices, yes.
Unless there's a Sharia requirement for that. So if we don't have a Sharia requirement and we don't need a deviation, we keep silent. We don't have to issue a standard. We just apply international standards.
Absolutely. That's the view of the AAOIFI Sharia board, and which I think all of us, three of us, are on the same board. Maybe before I come to you, Brother Rishad, on the risk mitigation and the risk management aspect, can we take two questions from the audience to engage with the audience? I'm not pointing at anyone to be a panelist, but we welcome questions from anyone on the hyperinflation issue. Okay, we have one gentleman there. Can we have the mic? Is there a mic in the hall? Yes. I think it's time to have some more interaction with Q&A rather than just be allowing the food to digest and just listening to the panelists.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can just please introduce yourself, brother, so that for the audience, and then you.
My name is Masfin. I'm from Ethiopia.
Okay.
I just volunteered before you pick me up as a sleepy participant. Thank you very much for setting the broader context, and the distinguished panelists have expressed, their opinions. But I just want to ask, because as Brother Mahesh said, data consistency is very much important in determining or implementing hyperinflation accounting. So how do government react? Because in many cases, government resist or hesitate in accepting inflation. So if my brother Ifran share his experience in Lebanon, how did government react? Because it's a sensitive political issue.
How do the government react?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right. Can we have any other question, or maybe a sleeping panelist to intervene? Any sleeping panelists? Nobody is sleeping, actually. I couldn't locate anyone. So maybe perhaps, Brother Firaz, you can maybe respond to the question. If also Mahesh wants to share your views on how the government react and how the governments come up to manage the hyperinflation issue.
Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't have the proper reaction for that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in hyperinflation. But lately, the Central Bank of Lebanon took a step in creating a new methodology. When you have hyperinflation, you turn to be from normal system to or normal economy to cash economy. So to try to lower the risk of cash economy and this situation, they created something that you distinguish in the banks between fresh accounts and old accounts. So you have fresh accounts, you have, or what you call it, cash accounts. So you have cash checks that you can use from these accounts, cash checks, cash transfers, cash cards, and so on. And we created also cash clearing. So for this fresh account. That helped us in this matter, and it reduced, as I mentioned, in the middle of the year, we had money in circulation around 83 trillion. Nowadays, it's around 53. So it reduced the money in circulation. When you are going back to the banking system, and getting as much as you can from banknotes economy. Now we don't call it cash economy, banknotes. We get rid as much as you can from banknotes economy, and you barely have the currency to for cost of living. You don't have enough for speculation, and for that we have been on a stable situation from June approximately from June till now, the exchange rate goes between 85,000 and 90,000, which is so minimal for the jump from 1,500 to that situation.
All right. Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Yes, we have brother there. Can you give him the mic, please? Please feel free to interact with the panelists. It's something that you cross miles and thousands of miles to be here. So it's an opportunity for you, for your voice to be heard in the IOP conference.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam. Can you introduce yourself, brother?
Yeah, sir, I'm Faisal Ahmed from Bangladesh. And especially I'm from aviation expert and also in ex-banker. Sir, I have a issue on inflationary systems under the light of Islamic finance. We know that there has non-monetary factors, many, like clashes, like third-party intentions, or like this. How we can deal with those to make it in a form in the light of Islamic ethics.
Islamic?
Ethics.
Ethics.
Yeah, so that it can make a good impact on societies and our mindset to understand behind the scene of inflation.
All right. So
Thank
maybe
you,
perhaps you got the question, brother.
Just
Isha?
to clarify.
Can you clarify the question a bit to be more clear?
What was the question?
Yes, sir. On inflations, here has some non-monetary factors like some clashes, unintentional issues, or third-party intentions sometimes. So in that case, our mindset, our know-how on Islamic thoughts, like Islamic ethics, can play a vital role.
Okay.
So how it can work to minimize the inflations under the light of Islamic finance?
All right. So, I mean, he's asking that how can the Islamic financial institutions leverage on the Islamic ethics to minimize the implication of hyperinflation in the economy?
Okay, got it. Thank
you. Maybe perhaps it will be good, maybe if you can share also the risk mitigation framework, that would be very helpful. And I think that will answer the question as well.
Okay, yeah. A couple of things. Now, obviously, Sharia principles are based predominantly on the concept that they discourage riba, they discourage exploitation, they discourage gharar. So, with these principles, if they actually exist, not only in the Sharia books, but in the real life, if they actually exist, obviously there would be an environment where the exploitation or perhaps increased pricing happen with a lot of reasons. Sometimes political uncertainty creates the increased prices. Sometimes people started holding the currencies, foreign currencies, that increases the prices. So if you have clear Sharia principles, ethical principles in place, most likely it will help in terms of reducing the hyperinflation. But obviously hyperinflation is not something that happened overnight. It happens over the period of time with a lot of things that happened before that. Now coming to the risks that are associated with hyperinflation, I would say that there are few risks which are yet to be tested because it's something that is happening recently. The risks that we can see here are historical comparison of the information. For example, your financial statement or financial reporting was done previously on the basis of historical information, and now you are preparing the financial statements based on the current pricing. That is one of the risks in terms of comparison point of view. Number two is uncertainty and volatility. So with a lot of uncertainty and volatility involved in the financial reporting, from the user's perspective, it is a bit of a challenge to understand the financial reporting and the economic substance. I would say regulatory and regulatory challenges and complexities are one of the other things that are there, because obviously when the country is facing a situation of hyperinflation, the regulators are very active. Brother Firas can confirm that I was just looking at the financial statements of Lebanon, one entity from Lebanon, and there were a lot of circulars mentioned in that financial statement, that circular number, this. So obviously those circulars are coming to provide guidance to the preparer of the financial statements, users of the financial statements. So that is also one of the challenges from the reader's perspective or the recipient of the financial statement perspective. Then there is one of the other big challenge is the taxation and the legal implications. Taxation, especially, I would say deferred taxation could create a big challenge, big risk from the complexities that will be involved. It won't be that straightforward when you are in the country or a regime which has a proper tax system and you are calculating the deferred tax or perhaps the tax system, how they will react in that environment, how they will consider your profitability or your results that you're reporting. And then the legal implications are there. Obviously, it's not something that has impacted the country. It's on a standalone basis. It's a complete package which will impact all aspects or all dimensions of the economy. And lastly, I would say volatility and misinterpretations of the financial statements could be one of the other risks, because the financial statements could be misinterpreted as a result of the hyperinflation. So these are the few key challenges or risks that perhaps I can foresee in this respect.
Thank you so much, Brother Rishad. Maybe perhaps as we are approaching the end of the session, if I can give each one of you just 1 minute each to maybe perhaps share your views with regard to the exposure draft by IOP, and then general challenges that the hyperinflation economy may pose on the credibility of the financial reporting in this jurisdiction. That would be an interesting views that I would like to hear from each one of you. Maybe in 1 minute, I can start with you, Brother Firas.
Well, I think for the three of us, because we are on the board of
all conflicted,
and I think
Brother
very
Firas
fantastic,
is the chairman of that board.
Very beautiful job. What can we say about it? We were working on it, whether on the board or the working group.
So you should clap yourself for yourself. Let's clap for the board. I mean, because the work is done by the board, but I think still Mahesh may have some views regarding the applicability of the exposure draft. You want to say some few words
as accountant expert, not as a board.
Member of the board.
Yeah, I can confirm that all the suggestions I made was not accepted, so I can. No, so I think like we deliberated earlier, this is a conscious departure from the conventional or IFRS equivalent way of accounting for hyperinflation, which was largely driven by the conflicts that was seen with Sharia principles. So I think priority was given to that and current reporting as opposed to comparability. So what people should definitely watch out for, that the IOFI method of accounting would reduce comparability but would increase relevance. So I think it was a balance between relevance, reliability and comparability. Because of the concept and fundamental concept of profit distribution within the structure of Islamic finance, I think the relevance and reliability was given more weightage than comparability. I think we could not get the right balance with all. And to address that requirement of comparability, IOFI under this standard has suggested again that you can do a third column on the balance sheet, which is purely from a disclosure standpoint.
Okay.
So that anyone who wants to achieve comparability has additional information in their hands to do that.
Okay.
But that did not change the way we want to account for items in hyperinflation. So that is probably the key takeaway of what this exposure draft is trying to achieve.
It's good that. Okay. It's good that you have Maj sitting directly opposite you. So we must have taken note that there will be an additional column that is needed that should be proposed. Brother Ishad, your last comment?
I would say that without going into the details of IOFI, both concepts are evolving. At the moment, you cannot say that what IOFI is coming up will address all the open issues, or even if we go and follow IS 29 on the Islamic financial institution, you will get the correct answers. So both are evolving. I think it is going to take time to come up with a solution which should satisfy or cater the need of all the sectors of the economy. That's how I look at it.
Right, great. Now, to end the session, on behalf of the panelists, I would like to sincerely express our appreciation and gratitude to IOP for giving us this opportunity, even though we are board members and we are given the opportunity to be here and share our views on this particular topic in this session. We are sincerely grateful. We feel we are involved in the conference. We are very, very happy. And we also thank for the IOP team for the excellent arrangement. All of you from the Secretariat, we are really grateful. And on behalf of the IOP Accounting Board as well and the members in this session, I would like to wish each and every one of you a safe trip back home. Being the last session, I thank you and we look forward to having you in future IOP engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Bello, and all the esteemed panelists for a very powerful and thought-provoking session. It was one of the technical sessions, but boy, oh boy, you explained it with relevant ease. So, ladies and gentlemen, while the members have a group photo, let me now open to the next session of the agenda, which we call as the IOFI graduation ceremony. The IOFI graduation ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, celebrates and acknowledges all those experts and people who have passed the flagship certifications of IOFI, namely CSAA, CIPA, the accounting certificate, the Sharia certificate, and all the relevant programs. So while the photo session finishes, let me gather the team over here and alert them about the IOFI graduation ceremony to acknowledge, appreciate, and distribute the IOFI very prominent certifications. When you pass this IOFI fellowship program, you become a superstar and asset to the industry from a Sharia perspective, from a governance perspective, from an audit and internal audit, Sharia audit perspective, as well as the accounting perspective. So ladies and gentlemen, the IOFI graduation ceremony. May I ask the chairs to be removed? Could we have the seats to be removed and the stage cleared before the ceremony starts? Just to remind all the folks, guys, we are having this capacity building workshop just for you as part of this conference and the whole week. Please take advantage of an array of future shaping and current shaping topics of Islamic finance that IOFI in collaboration with BIBF has arranged just for you. Do not miss the knowledge sharing and the skill development benefits on offer. all these topics and even more that you have heard and enjoyed, inshallah ta'ala, in this conference, guess what? They are available in a much more pronounced fashion, in a much more higher array of topics, core topics of Islamic finance from 30 over speakers who are panelists in front of you, and even more so. So please take advantage of the workshops that are available starting from 1st of November again till the 1st of December till the 4th of December. Anybody who is a fresh registrant in any of those workshops available, which are available on the IOFI counters outside, they are getting a flat 70% discount as a appreciation token from IOFI to be part of this conference. Please enjoy those discounts and benefit from the knowledge pelotra that is on your way in the next 4 days. The IOFI Capacity Building Week, in collaboration with the Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, in an absolutely state-of-the-art facility, starting again from 1st till 4th of December. Take advantage of all the knowledge that has been arranged for you. Develop your skills in crucial topics of Islamic finance. Listen to core experts. Build up further with an absolute discount arrangement that's made available just for you. For registration of the workshops and on knowing more about the workshop, please visit the IOFI counters. They're very, very helpful, full of assistance. They'll guide you through. All right. Let's start the graduation ceremony. First up, may I invite our dear brother Farhan, Executive Director in IOFI. Farhan Noor is the Executive Director of IOFI, who will be giving away these prestigious certificates. Remember, if you become an IOFI qualified, certified, Sharia advisor, auditor, or an accountant, your worth in the market increases that much more. First up, the IOFI graduate is Yahya Abdullah Ahmed Qatran. Yahya Abdullah. Brother Yahya Abdullah qualified the IOFI certification of Sharia advisor and audit. He can now use this nomenclature in front of his name. He's a special entity now after graduating this certification of Sharia advisor and audit, and becomes that much more high-ranked Sharia expert. Next up is Brother Ahmed Isa Al-Anazi, if I'm just getting it right. Sorry about that. Brother Ahmed Isa, another CSAA, Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor, a graduate from IOFI, an asset now in the Sharia sector after this program. Brother Salim Al-Salami. Brother Salim Al-Salami, IOFI CSAA, Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor from now onwards. Formally, Brother Salim, play your role well in the industry after becoming IOFI CSAA. These are very prestigious programs, ladies and gentlemen, and they allow you to perform in the industry with much more credibility. Brother Abdullah Shahab Ulud Ahmed. Abdullah Shahab Ulud Ahmed, please come and take your certificate, a fresh graduate, also in the IOFI Sharia Advisor and Auditor program. Congratulations to Brother Ulud Ahmed for passing this feat and becoming an asset to the industry in the Sharia spectrum. Brother Abdullah, are you around? Abdullahi, yes, sorry, my bad. Abdullahi Sabah Ulud Ahmed. Here he is. All the best, my brother. Next up is Ibrahim Admu. Ibrahim Admu. So next up is Brother Rafiq Bogurian, if I'm pronouncing it right. It's an interesting pronunciation. There you go. He is also CSAA graduate from AAOIFI. Very well done, brother. Do well after becoming a CISA graduate. Responsibility just increases more. Next up is Brother Hassan Salim Muhammad. Brother Hassan Salim Muhammad, another CSAA graduate of AAOIFI. Congratulations to Brother Hassan Salim Muhammad. Please come on stage and gather your prestigious certificate. Do well with this added credibility, my brother Hassan. Wish you all the best. Yusuf Abdul Hamid Muhammad Al Najjar, AAOIFI CSAA graduate. It is not an easy qualification at all. That's right. The passing rate is very, very tough. It's a tough certification to have, hence higher the value. The passing rate overall is around 40-45%, so it's no joke to be called an AAOIFI CSAA. Next up is Brother Ali Hussain Ismail. Brother Ali Hussain Ismail. Congratulations, Brother Ali. All the best. Do well post this qualification. May I now invite Brother Salman Umar Muhammad. Brother Salman Umar Muhammad, another fresh graduate of CSAA. Brother Salman, now you've become an AAOIFI certified Sharia advisor and auditor. Do well, my brother. Mubarak again. Another fresh graduate coming up is Abdullah Hajjaj Abdullah Muhammad Ali, CSAA. Well done, my brother. Again, to repeat, this is a tough exam to pass, and these guys have done wonders. Every intake, we have hundreds and hundreds of participants who register.
Can you request, what's his name, Chairman of the Education Board to join?
Sure, this is an amazing idea, Brother Farhan. Might I request Professor Kabir? Professor Kabir Hassan, are you here? Professor Kabir Hassan is the chairman of the AAOIFI Education Board. It will add much more value and overwhelm us all if you can join the stage and give away this wonderful certificates. Professor Kabir Hassan, chairman of the AAOIFI Education Board. Folks, it is worth mentioning that whatever AAOIFI produces via its programs, via its certification, whatever capacity creation, even including the conference that is put forward to you, back end, they are top quality officials, professionals and experts who are working day and night to make that happen for you. So this is top quality stuff that comes your way. Next up is Harun Ahmed. Harun Ahmed. Brother Harun Ahmed. Congratulations, my brother. Come over the stage. Brother Harun Ahmed, CSAA. All right, so again, pardon my pronunciation if I don't say it right. It's Salum Shaban Lupande. Salum Shaban Lupande. Congratulations, my brother Salum. CSAA. Do well in the Nigerian and the African sector with this credibility added to you, brother. Congratulations again. Another fresh graduate of CSAA, I have the pleasure to announce Basil Asad Al Hussein. Basil Asad Al Hussein. Mabruk Basil. Indeed, an honor to be now called a CSAA. Guess what? Responsibility increases too. May I now invite another fresh graduate, and this time it's not Sharia, it is accountancy, CIPA program, which is an even tougher exam. Wow, how did he pull that off? CIPA graduate, Raid Ahmed Al-Jawai. Pardon my pronunciation, Brother Raid. Brother Raid is representative of Islamic International Arab Bank, Jordan. Wow, Urdun's representation in CIPA, that is amazing. Do well, my brother, after being a CIPA qualified graduate. Industry wants you more now. Yes.
Brother Irshad offered to give 3 months internship for those people who are based in Bahrain and who hold CSAA in Deloitte, with Deloitte.
Oh, this is an amazing announcement just came up, and what a generous offer. I must first express my gratitude to Brother Irshad from Deloitte. Brother Irshad, do you want to come over and do it by yourself? Wow. I wish I was a CISA qualified right now. By the way, I am CSAA. I don't know if it applies to me. Please.
Thank you, everyone. We, on behalf of Deloitte Bahrain, as you might know from the introduction that Dr. Bilou made, I'm the audit insurance business leader for Deloitte, and I would like to offer 3 months internship to whoever would like to join us after completing this certificate, and we will be happy to accommodate in Bahrain. So if any of you fresh qualified, I know you are not CIPA, you are from Sharia side, so we are doing the Sharia internal audits as well, and the Sharia external audits. So if anyone wants to join Deloitte, you are more than welcome, and reach out to me and we will be happy to accommodate you. Thank you.
That's amazing. Wow. This came out of a huge, it's a pleasant offer, but wow, I mean, I'm just still trying to get my bearings right over here. I mean, I wish I had qualified this program right now. So thank you very much for this generous offer, Brother Irshad and Deloitte. I mean, guess what? This is it. This is your time. And if you're looking for such a high-fi internship and making a career as a Sharia advisor and auditor, this is it. Amazing. Thank you very much. AAOIFI owes to you even more. Next up is Brother Faisal Ahmed. Brother Faisal Ahmed is CSAA, now a candidate for Deloitte internship as well. Faisal Ahmed, a CSAA fresh graduate. Brother Faisal Ahmed, congratulations again and do well. May I now invite Brother Abdurrahman Salahuddin Al-Matsoob. Yeah, sorry about the pronunciation. Abdurrahman Salahuddin. Amazing job, brother. CSAA graduate. CSAA graduate. I'm still trying to absorb this offer that Deloitte has done. Wow, this is some offer, especially for fresh graduates. Damiba Moussa, Damiba Moussa, CSAA. Damiba Moussa, please come on stage and collect your prestigious certificate. Thank you very much for your efforts. You're among the special individuals who've qualified these programs out of many who appear. As I mentioned, 44% is the rate of pass, so it means it's a tough program to go through. Many congratulations, Brother Damiba. Okay, this is a tongue twister. Sorry about that if I mispronounce it. Mawinyi Bambaga. Mawinyi Bambaga. Wow. Mawinyi Bambaga, another CISA graduate. Many congratulations, brother, for your success, and we wish you all the best and live up to this reputation that Allah has just gave you by becoming a CSAA of AAOIFI, the CISA Certified Sharia Advisor and Auditor. Yes, please tell us. Please. That tested me.
Yeah, so my name is correctly named as Mwinyi Sekro from Tanzania.
Oh, that's
Tanzania, East Africa.
Wow. 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 I would never have got that right. Noor Fadila Binti Fakhri. I'm guessing it's Malaysia or Indonesia coming up. That's amazing. This just shows the credibility of these AAOIFI programs world over. It's a globally accepted program. We congratulate our sister Noor Fadila. Many congratulations to her. Bagus, sister Noor Fadila. Jumpalagi. CSAA is Noor Fadila. Dalal Ali Amin. But the Dalal Ali Amin. Oh, sister Dalal Ali Amin. CSAA, my bad. CSAA. A great feat indeed. She's a certified Sharia advisor and auditor from now onwards, ladies and gentlemen. Worth mentioning again, these are all those special people who have crossed this barrier. Thank you very much. May Allah bless you with this power. Among so hundreds and hundreds of people that try and attempt every term that we take the exam. I have now brother Faisal Abdu Muhammad. Faisal Abdu Muhammad. Many congratulations, Faisal. He is a SIPA. Chartered Islamic Professional Accountant. Beautiful. We were talking about how hard it is to pass the Sharia exam. Make it double hard. So SIPA, a 4-in-1 exam, not an easy task, and well done, my brother. Mubarak again to you, brother. Khalud Saleh Al-Naham. Khalud, what is going on, really? Come on, Khulud is a new intern in AAOIFI, and that's amazing. Didn't know that we'll be announcing it. And she got this before joining AAOIFI, so guess what, Brother Ishad? We are way ahead. We even employed her before her CISA. Cool. Fair and square. Fair and square. There was no greed of internship. Many congratulations to Khalud. Tea on me, Khalud. Okay. Last but not the least is my own dear brother from Oman. We've worked together. We still keep on working together in so many ways. Mansoor Ali Quda, Dr. Mansoor Ali Quda. I'll mention him. Dr. Mansoor Ali Quda is the head of Sharia department in a premier Islamic bank, Bank Nizwa, Oman. And many congratulations. He is already contributing a lot as a AAOIFI certified Sharia advisor and auditor and a huge proponent of AAOIFI back in Oman. He's going to be one of our speakers in one of our Arabic sessions starting tomorrow. As I mentioned, there is a capacity building workshops, array of important topics you do not want to miss, because Mansoor and the likes of him are also going to be delivering their expert opinion in 4 different languages. As a matter of fact, yeah, I mean, we had French as well, but yeah. Last but not the least is Brother Fahad Hublais Al-Mutairi. Sorry about the pronunciation. It's a tester. Mubarak to you. It's a CSAA. MashaAllah, quite a lot of addition. I think over 600 or 700 appeared in this intake, and guess what? Hardly 40 passed, or maybe a little more. Many congratulations to him and all the AAOIFI graduates, be it SIPA graduate or CSAA graduates. Guess what? Industry has now just increased AAOIFI graduates and experts of Islamic finance by that much more. Please make the most of them. They are the young breed. They are there to contribute. Islamic finance future rely on them. They are going to shape up the industry, and our programs plus our workshops and capacity building programs are going to offer them all the support that they achieve and live their potentials. But the Rishad's offer is an amazing offer, one of a kind offer, never heard that before. So please guys, approach Brother Rishad to make sure that you can contribute in a practical fashion. So with that, I'm very thankful to my team, Professor Kabir, the chairman of the AAOIFI Education Board, for sparing time and coming on stage, gracing the occasions, and we close the the graduation ceremony. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of the whole 2 days of our event that we have been very patiently, very gracefully, very keenly have been observing all the developments, all the knowledge sharing, all the expert opinion that we in AAOIFI, alongside ISDB, with the support of the Central Bank of Bahrain and all our sponsors and all our manpower has brought to you. We started discussing the main theme of strategies for the impending economic slowdown in a post-oil world through economic diversification and leveraging the Islamic finance. So before I give the closing remarks, there is an MOU, one agreement that is still left over. This is a AAOIFI conference. Everybody wants to have agreements.
Makers, consultants, Dr. Mustafa, Usama Mustafa.
Okay, so AAOIFI is very pleased to tie up in a collaborative agreement with Experts Maker Consultancy. Dr. Usama Mustafa. Tafadhal, please. Again, a very important agreement with the Expert Makers Consultancy to further development of Islamic finance in a joint fashion with AAOIFI. I'm guessing this is the 20th agreement that we are signing, so alhamdulillah. May Allah add barakat in all of these agreements and collaborations. So we started the conference with agreements and we are ending it with agreements as well. It's quite a cycle.
There is one more, just came.
Who's that?
Saka. This one. Can you call his name?
Siaka. Oh, there is one more CISA graduate that is here now. We've just heard Siaka Bagoro. Siaka Bagoro. Siaka Bagoro, do not want to miss this certificate. You've done your hard work. Congratulations to you. He's the CISA graduate, CSAA, Siaka Bagoro. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us eventually to the close of not only the graduate ceremony, but also the close of the conference. And alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, by the look of it, it went really well. Thank you very much for your presence. We discussed the whole theme from a different stylized perspective, sub-themes, number of discussions from economic diversification to fintech to sukuk to benchmarking to hyperinflation and whatnot, climate finance, climate change. We are so proud that, you were entertained in your knowledge awareness campaign. AAOIFI, on behalf of Islamic Development Bank, Central Bank of Bahrain, and all our sponsors, thank you so very much. We hope that this has benefited you, you 2 years before and you 2 years after this conference. We hope that there has been a value addition in your thought process and understanding of Islamic finance. All the collaborators who have signed MOUs and agreements with IOFI, we look forward working with you hand in hand. Cyprus is in front of me, North Cyprus, that is. And thank you very much. See you in the Capacity Building Week workshop. Remember, this is a 70% discount on offer. You have already got it. You have already got it. Anybody who has not got it, please go to the workshop booth. Go and go crazy. This is a huge amount of knowledge that is there. All of these topics plus more in a very stylized fashion is available. So here's signing off and wish you all blessed stay in Bahrain. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For all the graduates, can you get it together on the stage for a group photo? It's a very important moment. Graduations do not come every day, especially when it's this tough. All the graduates of IOFI certifications are requested to come on stage for a group photo. Do not want to miss this moment. This is a cherishable memory coming up. I still have my graduate photos in my home. All the graduates of IOFI, please come on stage for a group photo. Special moment. It was hard work behind all of this photo. This photo is coming after a lot of hard work. You do not want to miss this moment. Photoshop, photo session, photo op. Yeah, that's right. As many as who are still in the hall, IOFI graduates, please come for a group photo, a memorable moment indeed. Wait, there's one more entry. Some of you can stand in front. There are stairs here, so you can stand in front. Yes, you get a better chance to come in the picture. Yes, that's better. One more coming up, please. Wait for the gracious lady to join. Some woman power being added. Let's give them a round of applause, brothers. A lot of hard work has gone behind taking this picture. It's not easy. Fantastic. Mubarak again to all of these graduates. Do well. May Allah bless you. All the best. Thank you so very much, and see you again inshallah ta'ala in the next conference and the workshops tomorrow onwards. Thank you. For the workshops? Oh, the Deloitte?
Yeah,
you have to be from Bahrain, sir.
Yeah, we're from Bahrain.
So, I mean, where's the guy?
He wanted to ask him, but he wasn't so
busy. He understood there's so much supply coming up. I'm thinking that, but don't worry, you can write your names to me or IOFI, email your names to IOFI and we'll send it to you. But he must be around somewhere. Don't worry, don't let him.
No, we went to his car. He was busy. Thank you.